Okay, and we are live. So, yeah, it's been a few days since the last time I worked on this project. Been busy in real life. So, between last time and this time, I did a little work. I recompiled, that. Wow, my brains are completely scatterbrained today. I recompiled the C library to fix the pathing issue that we had, although it does look like it might want lib64, which is a link. That isn't quite right. I did rebuild this from scratch. I did clean out the true root jail. Hey, VM Unix, and hey, Abraham. So I'm not completely convinced I've got all the kinks out. I think we need to give this a trial run. I mean, the paths look correct. Everything should be there, at least theoretically. Some stuff's up. I don't know. It's been kind of a roller coaster the last few days. So I think I'm just gonna pull up the Linux from scratch guide, and we're just basically going to go through and build quite a bunch of packages. We're going to then tar it up. I'm going to punt it over to the VM and then use that to see if things are or are not like good. So I think to do that, I think we need bash and core utilities at a minimum. Probably want more utilities than that, but it should be enough. I also probably am going to want zlib. So yeah, why don't we start with bash, because we have those packages on hand. Where did I put them? Bash. Yeah, I have to make this clean here. Alright, and let me pull up my notes so I can add this. I haven't decided if I'm going to just do this as a single, like, just push this video to the end, because I do really feel like this is going to be kind of a repetitive thing going forward. So where was I in my notes? Yeah, here it is. glibc build. Okay, started cross compiling userland, built bash and core utils as a test. The point I want to get to is that this can self-host, so I'm assuming, yeah, we do have it in the path. So configure prefix user. How does it want bash built? Because I feel like that should actually go in the top level folder. I actually want to look at how they recommend building bash. When I say they, I'm talking Linux from scratch. Here it is, bash. Yeah, so the way they do it is prefix with bin dir slash bin. Oh, right. I probably need to install readline first if I want all the actual functions. So yeah, let me grab readline first. Because that gives me tab completion. It's technically included in bash, but yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. Sorry if I'm a little scatterbrained. I just got back from Athens today, so I mean, Athens was nice, but it was kind of a tiring trip. So I don't know if we can build the latest one. Let me make new folder. Linux packages. We'll go with read line 7. And we'll wait for that to download. Let's pull up the stream again. Yeah, it's mostly just seeing how far we can actually get with this, because this project both has and hasn't taken as long as I thought it would be, but I'm kind of, you know, it's past the point that I know I can do this, so it's mostly just getting it over the finish line. Alright, and then we just basically got... Actually, this recommends I put this in libdir lib. I am a little concerned I'm not going to end up with a usable system. The problem is that those links... Did I... You know, I need to check something. I have that horrible feeling... Yeah, that's what I actually did wrong. Oh, frack. Okay. I actually did make a mistake here. I meant to move this to a new directory and rerun the install scripts. I think I have to still do that. Yeah, I actually do need to do that. I didn't check the build beforehand. Yeah, this is fine. So glibc. So I have to rerun the install step on glibc. Let's see here. Build glibc less broken. History. Now, hopefully this isn't going to be god awful slow, because it very well might be. So what I want to do here is desdir/clfs install. I might have to actually do the kernel headers first. It might circular depend. But I can do both of those at the same time, actually. So while that one's going... Is it install headers? I don't remember how you do it. I think it's install headers. Maybe one space? Of course it's, or maybe it's just not in my back scroll, because you know that would be yeah, it is headers install, so this needs to be gmake install header path. And then that can run in parallel. Oh yeah, this is going to take a while. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, so the problem here was that I'm mostly doing it because I think it's going to make an interesting YouTube video. Also, I've had the idea of doing this for a long-ass time. But yeah, that's probably going to take like a fucking flipping hour. Which doesn't exactly make me happy. Yeah, because it's going to iterate for every directory. Because... Oh... Oh, right, and I have to give this the extra host flags. Like I said, I kind of just want to get this project done, and I will probably work on... I do have some things I can work on the side while this is kind of grinding away. So, well, that goes up. I can kind of just pull up my classwork on the other tab. Just because, like I said, I just kind of wanted to make more headway with this project. And I have edited all the devlogs together into a single video. It's at 1 hour and 6 minutes right now, so I'm guessing the final thing is going to be like an hour and a half. Which uploading it is going to be an absolute effing nightmare. Well, we did successfully build the Linux kernel. Good lord. I am completely... Yeah. It's what happens when I don't do this every day. It's like I forget steps, and then it's like the first hour is just sitting there waiting for things to happen. Oh boy, that is actually going to be really slow. Alright, well, there's nothing to do for it. I actually did, over the week, while I was down in Athens, I spent some free time playing Magic the Gathering on my phone on Arena, which was kind of nice. I used to be a regular player back in college. I don't really like what Hasbro's done with the game, but it was a decent time killer when I had, for the downtime. So let's see here, check my understanding. Yeah, currently what I'm learning this week at Open University, and I did most of my classwork on Monday, Tuesday, which is why I wasn't streaming, because I knew I was going to lose the back half of the week. It's basically a lot of philosophy and moral duties. I worked on a script earlier, and it's somewhat I don't know if I'm actually going to make this into a video, but it's kind of something that has been bugging me for a while. I don't know if folks have heard about, dead internet theory. It's the idea that the vast majority of content on the internet basically comes from bot forums and the like. And, it feels kind of prevalent because, especially like with the lead up into the November election, and now with Pakistan and India, like, you pull up any news article and you can't tell what's true anymore. Hey, Pietro. Like, I've been on the internet since the 90s. I had pretty early access as a kid. Ashlyn, I'm not convinced I have sanity, but I've actually done a lot of cross tool chains in the past, so this actually wasn't as bad as it could be. I knew it was going to be painful, but while I definitely got into the weeds at more points than one, it definitely was not the order of magnitude bad. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with news sources, like random news sources coming up anywhere. But it's not just that. Like, back in the 90s and the 2000s, a lot of what I used to do was I used to read Slashdot and to a lesser extent Usenet. And the comment section was useful for seeing views that I did not... like, if I didn't understand something or if I wanted to take in additional views. And... it's... well, let's put it like this. The vast majority of people who watch my content, unless you have known me from another context, recommended it by the algorithm. Yeah, and I never made... Jason, and I never actually made a video about it because I didn't think there was anything stand out. I mostly did that as a charity fundraiser. And then towards the end of 22, my life got very complicated, which is why content has been basically non-existent from 23. It got complicated at the end of 22. 23 was a clusterfuck of a year. 24 was me dealing with the previous clusterfuck, and now I'm just settling into a new life and hoping it will be more stable than what I've had before. Yeah, I ran my own Slashdot clone called Soylent News. It was a fork of the main site due to when Dice bought it and made that horrible layout. But a lot of what it comes down to Dead Internet Fury isn't so much that there aren't people on the internet. Because let's be honest, I like to think I'm a living, breathing human being. But going back to it, it's like everything we see and consume is decided by machines. Like, you know, and there's something bothering with that. Like, certain narratives get pushed a lot louder, and like that was true in traditional media as well. But one of the biggest things I remember, you know, from early 90s, late 90s is like John Barrow's Declaration of Independence of Cyberspace, which it feels kind of naive in hindsight, but it largely talks about how governments are not welcome on cyberspace, that it is a self-regulating world. And building off that, you know, you also have like a lot of the early cyberpunk movement, which itself found its roots in the acid culture of the 60s and 70s. And, you know, in the 90s, to some extent, that was true. Like, corporations existed on the internet, but it wasn't like all powerful, all soul sucking. I mean, you know, these days, how often do you access a website outside the big three? I mean, to get down to what Petra was saying earlier, you're suspicious of news sources you never heard of. But, you know, news sources have bias. You know, stories that the owners of a newspaper don't like get buried. And if you want to hear more about that, Trump's defamation trial had a lot of talking about how unflattering stories of Trump got buried by news media. I don't know how long the installation step's going to be. glibc has been by far the longest and slowest package to install. And if it has to iterate for every folder, it's going to take quite a while because there's a lot of folders. I should have checked that beforehand, but it didn't occur to me that I may have made a mistake there until like right this second. Yeah, like let me see how many folders are there. Yeah, so it's got 61 folders it's got to iterate through, and it does that very slowly, and it's definitely not doing it in alphabetical order. So, and I'm assuming it's actually going to do 2 passes because that feels about right. It's running in a VM, but obviously it's still constrained by 32 bits. Yeah, I'm really annoyed with myself that I got that wrong. Because, I mean, it would probably work, theoretically, because all the links would basically point to where they need to be. But I know for a fact I miscompiled it. And now if we look here in CLF, the problem is I can't cross-build anything until glibc is actually done installing. Yeah, I'll be back in a moment. I kind of want to continue iterating on this thought because this thought has been percolating in my head for a while, and it feels kind of good to get it out. And I realized I didn't let the text keep scrolling by. I did do install, right? Yeah, I did. So we're just gonna have to sit here and wait for it, unfortunately. But getting back to the point that I was getting to, there was always this notion that the internet was supposed to be empowering for the individual. And I really remember buying into that in the 90s and the 2000s. I think a lot of my interest in open source was based there. Now, I never really wanted to go into tech, into a field I was kind of shoved into that. I always had an interest in computing, but I had actually wanted to go into law because I had always been skeptical of the idea that technology can heal the woes of the human race. Like, that's just... Even in the 90s, I didn't feel... or I should say the 2000s, I didn't have a great feeling about that. And that was especially after I started interacting with things like Debian and the Free Software Foundation on a professional level. Now, I don't have a problem with Debian in and of itself, but it's always been very telling to me that the most success that Linux has ever been found is in the corporate market, or more specifically pushed by corporate entities. Like, Debian itself is popular, but it really didn't start making large traction until Red Hat got behind it, which these days is IBM. You have Canonical with Ubuntu, and Valve with Steam. It goes to show that you can create alternatives to the current systems that exist in our world, but people aren't going to buy into that for a variety of reasons. Like, this was kind of why I became very skeptical of Linux, the year of Linux on the desktop. Yeah, Karok Free A6. I definitely agree with you. Yeah, and Canonical, I don't know if they still have this up, but they had this entire thing about how Ubuntu was essentially Mark Shuttleworth giving back. It honestly, watching Elon Musk take over Twitter really put my context of employment, my time at Canonical, in a whole different context. Because when I left Canonical, I left very disillusioned. Not just with Ubuntu, but free and open source tech in general. Like I said, I had always wanted to go into law, but that choice wasn't made for me. Right, and I mean, let's be honest, due to the number of eyes that are used on Linux, it does get better, and arguably it's probably more advanced than the NT kernel is these days. But it also doesn't matter. I mean, you can harp on the superiority of free and open source until the cows come home, but I mean, realistically, most people are not going to care. And I think what happened is that there was an optimism about the internet that kind of undercurrent that existed from up until about 2010. And I actually have that date specifically for a reason. Because I always remember that there were a lot of people, the internet became a lot more political in the early 2000s. That was when we started seeing the rise of anonymous and both far right and far left actors on the internet. Basically people across the entire political spectrum who had gotten fed up with things, because a lot of what drives far right nationalism isn't exactly racism or hate. What is the starting point for a lot of people is the feeling that the system doesn't represent the status quo, doesn't represent you. It's feeling the exclusion part of what made the Nazi Party so successful is it got a lot of buy-in from veterans of the First World War, which was a large portion of Germany's population. They basically weaponized the myth that the army had been stabbed in the back by the Kaiser, and that the Weimar Republic was essentially an illegitimate government. And that was ultimately how Hitler was able to consolidate power. Now, I'm obviously simplifying this pretty narrowly. And Coleco, we were able to successfully cross-build the kernel. And the kernel booted. It was a little feature bare because of the limitations I have to deal with, but we did get a bootable kernel out of this, so now we've got to build the rest of it. Treaty of Versailles was also part of that. That was completely valid. And now, throughout this, fascism in the United States is not exactly a new thing. And I think I feel pretty comfortable calling what's going on in the U.S. fascism. Like, I don't know how you argue against it at this point. I mean, someone always will, but that's my 2 cents. But I've been putting a lot of thought in how we got here. And the thing that I keep coming back to is the Arab Spring and Occupy. Because if I had to describe the internet in the current decade, the reason I feel like dead internet theory resonates with me is because there's been a tone shift that I feel across the digital spectrum. Now, maybe nostalgia plays a part with this. Everything looks better in hindsight. But I feel like it's more apathy. Like the typical person using, it's like internet culture has bitten into the apathy as the idea that nothing can change, nothing can do change. It's felt like in both the cases of the Arab Spring and the Occupy protests, which were effectively left-wing movements against existing establishments, both of those got their start on social media. Now, once they got going, they really didn't need social media, especially in the Arab Spring, because social media was the first to fail. I was actually in Egypt when the Arab Spring arrived there. I promptly de-asked the area because one should not be in the middle of don't be a foreigner when a country is going through an internal revolution. It doesn't end well. Yeah, I mean, Darian, I don't disagree with that. That said, there are some pretty large differences between current state of the world and not, but like, it's hard, the world as a whole is backsliding democratically. This is a known and studied phenomenon. It sort of really it really started getting its movement in the mid 2010s, which is partially why I see Trump as a symptom rather than a problem in and of itself. If Donald Trump didn't exist, we would still be seeing something like this in the United States. It would just take a different populace, and I could think of a few other people who could have very easily stepped into that role. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I mean, photoshopped images are not new. Deepfake content is not new. It's gotten easier than ever because now you can type a few words into an AI and get exactly that. But, this technology has existed for at least a decade, and there were primitive, more analog forms like sock puppetry. I think sock puppetry goes all the way back to the 90s when the internet became generally available. I don't think it got its name till the 2000s, but God knows you saw enough of it on Slashdot or on Usenet. And well, Petra, you're kind of touching about where I'm going with this. It's, I think the reason the internet itself feels like, You really see it if you've been on social media. Like, even before Musk buying out Twitter, I had felt like it had become something had changed very fundamentally somewhere. And I think what happened is that effectively both Occupy and the Arab Spring were failures. Meanwhile, a lot of the momentum and the far right, the community for the far right that would embrace Trumpism, found a lot of its start on the internet. So, and the failure, I haven't seen a lot of people go into detail on why the Occupy movement has effectively failed. The impression I got, and I'm from New York City, but I wasn't involved with Occupy, like, and the reason I wasn't involved in Occupy is I couldn't tell you what it stood for. It's actually the same sort of feeling I got out of both the Biden and Harris campaigns. What are these people trying to accomplish? Like, when, not counting Biden's completely disastrous interview, where Trump basically destroyed him in 3 sentences because Biden was not having a good night on stage. I can't tell you what these people stand for. Like, what I remember from Obama was one word: change. But I didn't see anything that described what that change was going to be. It was like a lot of very open, empty promises. And meanwhile, you have on the far right, you see the rise of Anonymous. You see the rise of the idea that democracy is fundamentally broken, because just look at the last series of leaders we've had. And then you get a populist candidate that frames himself as an outsider, and, it's like you can't even have a conversation anymore. It used to be that, like, the political divide and political extremism was not a thing 10 years ago. It was getting its start, but it was still not at what it is. Says S, I honestly, that's an interesting way to put it. What my impression on Occupy was, and this is with me looking in hindsight, not have actually been there. Like, I had a front row seat to the Arab Spring. But I had gotten the impression that it was a lot of people very upset, but unable to make a plan for change. Because the idea of changing the system in any serious way was impossible. I mean, you have to be able to envision something to articulate it. One of the largest problems is that wealth is pulled up very much towards the 1%. But what's a viable way to actually make that change happen? I'm not familiar with Scene Bell, Pietro. I'm not convinced that Foss is actually making headway. I know that it's currently at 3% of market share, and it has been going up. But is that because more people are installing Linux, or is that because Chromebooks? I mean, most of the statistics, as far as I know, the browser string of a Chromebook is indistinguishable from Chrome looking on Linux. I believe it does it. Actually, you know what? I can check that right now. Okay, so it does actually identify it as CROS in the browser string for Chromium OS. Linux, on the other hand, yeah, it does identify as Linux. Let me see what the current breakdown is. Breakdown of operating system share. So Chrome OS is at 5.5 and desktop Linux is at 4.6. So it is actually going up by quite a bit, actually. Yeah, so if you combine both Chromebooks and desktop Linux, it actually gets to 10% for quote-unquote desktop use. And then obviously you have like 70% of Android devices. I mean, maybe it's getting there. Well, what the hell's the woke movement? You know, I always felt like after Occupy, there was kind of a sense of defeat in a lot of the communities that I used to run in. Like, I've been involved in, you know, DEF CON adjacent groups, white hat hacker stuff, venture scenes, and there was like, I remember there being a lot of feeling when Occupy didn't get any change, and then we saw the Arab Spring effectively get crushed. Yeah, I mean that was kind of what I got out of it myself. It's like, yeah, I was as fed up with everything, you know, with everything as is, but I am not hearing a single solution in this. And I think what it comes down to is that the only type of solution that could reasonably work is a radical solution. You know, ultimately, I don't think it's. I mean, if you want to go with ideas that cross the political divide, the idea that there's something fundamentally wrong with the system as it is kind of universal on both right and left wing. I mean, but yeah, I that's kind of, you know, that I'm not disagreeing with you, but it really does feel like I didn't live through the civil rights era, you know, the 60s and 70s. I've read a fair bit of Malcolm, not Malcolm. Well, I have read some Malcolm X, but Martin Luther King. You know, large marches on the Washington Monument. You know, single leaders that can give you a speech. And I haven't seen that. Like, you can get a whole bunch of people together as a flash mob with the power of the internet. But you're not going to be able to mint someone that can speak for them all because such a person just hasn't materialized. Like, if you ever look at what's effectively known as BreadTube or left-wing YouTube, it basically boils down to a breakdown of why X, Y, and Z doesn't work. But it doesn't suggest action, you know, or leaders. At most, it might say things that you can individually do, but let's be honest. Unless you're, like, flying around with a private jet or equivalent, you're not even you're around, each individual is a rounding error as far as climate change goes and carbon emissions. Then, conversely, you look at right-wing politics, and you effectively get, I mean, Donald Trump was the person that stepped into the role. But even prior to that, you know, you had, I don't want to say it was more ideological cohesion. I don't know. It's very hard to describe. Like, if I had to describe the current reason why the internet feels dead to me, is it feels like apathy has taken over, but that also applies a lot to the internet. Or to real world. Well, Petro, I mean, let's be honest. One of the biggest things, you know, this was something I had pointed out to me, is the biggest things they always taught in school were Gandhi and civil resistance. But you don't hear that much about the, you know, you don't hear about the Black Panthers. You don't hear about groups that, you know, other things than other just sit there and don't do something. I don't know. This is where I kind of puttered out on writing a script, because I did feel like one of the things I've wanted to do on this channel, there's two things I've wanted to do. I want to write a book, probably about the history of the internet, because I feel like that plays very well to my strengths. And if I'm going to break into the literary field, that seems like a good place to do it. The second thing is, I want to talk, dead internet theory and just kind of the state of the internet as a whole has been something that's been bothering me for a long time. But I haven't really been able to even frame my thoughts. I made a very good stab at it last weekend before I had to go offline. And it's why I'm bringing it up now, because I'm trying to kind of mentally flesh this out while sitting here. Yeah, but B-Jerk, you're in Scandinavia. Scandinavia has historically had one of the lowest levels of corruption and highest levels of political participation. Like, to put it a different way, let me take the case study of Mexico. Mexico is a functioning democracy, but its ruling party, or the primary ruling party, was I want to make sure I actually get this right. It's known basically the one that has basically stayed in power for almost a century was the PRI, or the Partido Revolucionario Institucional, or the Institutional Revolutionary Party. They took power after Mexico had a bad string of dictators. It's actually why the Mexican Constitution limits their president to one term for 6 years, instead, which is akin to the United States having 2 terms for 8 years, but it's how it went. And what happened over time in Mexico is that political awareness just kind of dropped over time, because there wasn't all that much going on. Mexico sat out both world wars. It effectively traded with the United States, and due to that, corruption eventually set in. And then that corruption, combined with general apathy, is how cartels basically were able to grow and take power and then start subverting state governments. Now, in Mexico, there has been a change. I think it's about a decade ago. The PRI got the boot. Basically, political awareness got to the point, combined, and people being fed up with the status quo led them to elect PAN, I believe was the opposition power. And it's kind of why Mexico has been having some really interesting politics going on, but their central government is basically in what it can be described as a civil war with the cartels, because the problem went unaddressed for so long. Linux from Scratch was not the hardest project I did on stream. It was one of the longest I did on stream, but I think there were some other ones. Like, it's hard for me to tell if such an apathy exists here in Greece. Greeks recently had a major reason to get out on the streets and riot, due to the Greek economic crisis from 2009 to 2015, which also plunged the Eurozone into a recession. Well, I mean, given that the last, not the current president, the previous president decided to have a policy called hugs, not bullets, and was very interestingly linked to what appeared to be the cartels. Yeah, it says a lot of what's going on south of the border. Yeah, Linux from Scratch is not a particularly interesting project for me in and of itself. I basically did it because I thought people would find it interesting, but I couldn't even bring myself to edit it into a video. One of the reasons I'm changing how I'm making my content going forward, which is editing these live streams immediately after the fact. I may not do that with this one, because I've got an hour and 6 minutes of footage edited. Like, I don't know how much more I'm going to be able to... Like, from this point forward, it's mostly compiling. Yeah, that is fucking slow. And there's nothing I can do about it. It's just going to be that slow. Well, Mexico still has a functioning government. It's just, I hesitate to call it a failed state because if you compare it to other places like Somalia, it's a night and day difference. I've spent a fair bit of time south of the border. I wouldn't call it a failed state. I mean, there's a lot of places in Africa that make Mexico look like a goddamn paradise, and even with the ongoing battle. I'm not surprised it could run X. I actually, that part didn't surprise me so much. Because all you really need for X is direct frame buffer access. So, there's that. Hey, Blank Seg. So going back to what I was saying about dead internet theory. Like, what I came down to in my writing is that the way you solve apathy is to give people purpose. And I think that's a lot of why we've seen, not just in the United States, but in general, a lot of popularism spring up because you support this guy, you support of emotion, you're dealing with a system that doesn't serve you, or as you see it, others, so forth and so on. Like, well, we're not even building readline right now. We're waiting for glibc to do an install because I made, yeah. I don't know. I'm just kind of letting my thoughts roll because one of the things I want to do, and I don't know how I'm going to do this, but like once I get my amateur radio license back, I actually want to try setting up UUCP and bouncing it off HF. It should theoretically it should be, I shouldn't even say theoretically, that should be entirely doable. And if I can get enough amateur radio operators to help me with that, I kind of like the idea of sending an email around the world wirelessly. The problem is I can't get a more functional Userland. I'll have to rebuild the kernel within the booted system. You know what? There is actually, hold on. There is something we can do and work on. I just had a major brainwave. Oh, also I need to update the bot status. No, so there was something else I actually wanted to do, is I wanted to test if I could netboot a Linux kernel off XP, and I might as well do that while we're waiting for this, because this is going to take a while. So, I'm going to step away from keyboard for a few minutes, just to get a drink and such, and then I'm going to see if we can get DSC DHCP built, because if I can get DSC DHCP built, I can use that as a netboot server. Now there is a TFTP server included. Alternatively, I could install server 2003 and use it. I really don't want to do that, because setting up server 2003 would be kind of suck. But yeah, let me step away from keyboard. I'll be back in about 4 minutes, and then we'll dive right into that. I'm back. So let me grab ISC DHCP because Fault A is the netboot. Fault B is to make an ISO with a Rockridge file system and use that to start. So I kind of want to go with netboot because it gives me an excuse to use the NFS server in Interix. It's also a... Yeah, I think that's exactly how I want to do it. So, oh wow, they actually end-of-lifed ISC DHCP. I will grab the last version of it, assuming I can get it. Here we go. Copy. I'm not going to be able to download it that way. I'm going to have to save it to desktop. Alright, that's fine. Save it there. And I gotta bring MSystem back up. I actually shut down my computer the other day, so I gotta bring up some stuff back up. Oh, wrong port number. Hold on. I'm not convinced this is going to work. Like, I am legitimately convinced that this is not going to work because I don't think I have Berkeley sockets. But I might as well try it and see what happens. Because if I look here... Yeah, I don't have the Berkeley packet filter. So there's actually a pretty good chance this doesn't work. Was there... I know that Windows Server 2003 has a DHCP server. I don't know what it would run on XP natively. Well, the problem isn't DNS mask, and I want to say DNS mask does depend on it. The problem is you need to be able to generate DHCP packets. I'm trying to remember. Hold on. DHCP server Windows XP. I might actually... So there is actually apparently one baked in. There is TFTP. Okay, yeah, you know what? This I think would work. There is this. Let me tear the tab off and I'll bring it over to their screen. So there's TFTP 64. So if this and this has a DHCP server in it. So if that actually works. Oh, that's fucking useful. Oh, right. It points to Bitbucket, which, of course, got nuked off the internet. Because, of course, it did. Let me see if I can find a copy of this. Currently, let's see here. This says it's Windows 7. Yeah, okay, this is like one of those scamware sites. Let's not use that. Let me see if it's on GitHub. I found a mirror of it on GitHub. Yeah, this has the source code for it. Yeah, so here's the source code. I could probably compile this, but I need to grab a copy of Visual C++ to do so. Let me see if Internet Archive by any chance has it. Or I can find another place for it. Let me see what chat's saying. Failed and success are folders I have just kind of sitting around. And BJ, yeah, I agree with that. I actually do agree with that sentiment. For those who aren't paying attention to chat, it's, you know, it's the apathy. Basically, the context here is what BJ said was, having lived in the U.S. and Denmark, you know, when you face a hardship, you know, Danes say that's not acceptable, we must do better as society, while Americans tend to say probably their own fault. I'm not going to say that's universal, but there's a lot that, you know, it's the idea of American exceptionalism and the idea of pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. And that very much, like, I'm not sure where to go with that train of thought. I am really hoping I can just find a download with this. Yeah, I can find... I really hate that they just deleted Bitbucket, because there's a lot of various crap on there that was really, really useful. There's an Intel link. But this only has the 64-bit version of it, which doesn't help me. Because the other option I have is I could use syslinux. Oh, I don't even know if I could successfully build syslinux under this. If I wanted to boot, I'm legitimately figuring out my options of how I would make bootable Linux media without Linux. Yeah, well, it wouldn't be syslinux, it would be isolinux, but I don't think I could compile that. I'm actually fairly certain I can't. I could give it a go. How's this going? Yep, that's just iterating. Sorry, I'm kind of multitasking right here, but I'm also recovering from, it's been, I enjoyed my time in Athens, but you ever go on one of those vacations and feel like you need a vacation from the vacation? Yeah, I'm not even seeing anything here that would actually be flipping useful. Let me just do a search for tftpd32.exe. Just see if I can fucking find it. Because if I really need to set up Active Directory, I'm going to be kind of salty about that. Netbooting it would be one way. Now, there is a TFTP server built into Interx. But there isn't... I'm almost certain there isn't a DHCP or boot... I don't think BootP would even help me. Yeah, there isn't. I didn't think there was, but it's good to confirm that. I mean, unless I sit and actually compile the damn thing. Like, let me look at this page. Quick download. Yeah, it just goes to fucking Bitbucket. The only thing that exists is a mirror of this repo. What version of Visual Studio does this even require? It's format level 11. What was 11? 11 was... I think that was 15. I might have 15 on my NAS. 32, 64-bit versions. Internally... Visual C++ 11 was 2012. Let me look at my NAS and see if I actually have a copy of Visual Studio, because I could install it and then compile it. Let me see here. I have a specific folder for DevTools. I've got the platform SDK for Windows Server 2003. But that doesn't help me by itself. I also need Visual C++. I actually probably need both. But the fact that I have the platform SDK is kind of optimistic. Let me see if I actually have it. I've got C++ 1.0, 1.5, 2, and 4. That ain't so helpful. I've got 6. Again, that's not what I need. I need something newer. I don't think I have it, and even if I were to go hunt down a copy, it would take literal hours to download on this internet connection. Yeah, I've got the platform SDKs. I just don't actually have Visual C++ itself. Now, I vaguely remember the platform SDK had a compiler, but I think it was only the 64-bit one. I remember they shipped a 32 to 64-bit cross compiler, but I don't think... Hold on, chat. Sorry, that was the door banging. Hold on. I do have a Windows XP folder in my DevTools. What is in here? Nope, that's just the DDK. Phooey. I've got the driver development kit for Windows 7. I have a different version of the DDK for Server 2003. Okay, so that's kind of swing and a miss. It's not create a... Samba is not the part I need to worry about. I need a DHCP server to be able to set netboot options. Now, in and of itself, that's... Actually, hold on. Maybe we can get away without that. There is... Maybe plan B is what we go with. Thing is, I would need CDR tools because I would need to generate an ISO file system. It's not 100% make break without that, but it would be kind of annoying. Because the other way I could do it is as a Rock Ridge image. Oh, okay, hold on. If that's got... Let me look at that fork and see if they have it. Do they have a 32-bit build? They do have a 32-bit build. And it's... it got flagged as dangerous. How do I force it to download? Yeah, it's dangerous download blocked. Yeah, it is complaint. It won't let me download it. Yeah, maybe I can grab it with wget. Let me open a command prompt. Okay, well that got it. Let me make a snapshot of the VM as it is right now. Just in the offhand chance that this is actually malware. Okay, I just made a snapshot. I'm going to really have to clean up my system after this. Okay, so where was I looking for? Yeah, I'm looking for here. So TFTP. Windows Security just deleted it. Yeah, Windows Defender on the host system. The pop-up just showed up on the other screen. Okay. Fret blocked. Yeah, let me bring this up. It says it's the Trojan. I could untrojan it. That is... I'm assuming this is a false positive, but now I'm getting paranoid. I downloaded it right from GitHub. Yeah, I literally downloaded it right from GitHub. Chrome blocked it when I downloaded it from GitHub, and then Windows Security blocked it the moment I tried to download it. I could reverse the quarantine. Like, it's not unusual for shit like this to be a false positive because TFTP shit gets everywhere, but yeah, that's annoying. Virus total. Alright, that means I need to unquarantine it. Which now I gotta remember how you actually do. Privacy settings, device security, protection history, fret blocked. I don't remember how you I've only ever had to do this like once or twice before. Allowed frets, protection history. Rather not turn off Defender. I legitimately feel like I'm going nowhere. I need to fix some of these things. Some of them is because I have some dev options enabled. Oh, you can give it a URL? Okay, yeah, I can do that. So let me give it the URL and see what it has to say on the subject. Yeah, that doesn't flag here. It's just tripping something locally. Why is Defend... It's not even saying Windows Defender it is not on this list. Yeah, so this says that this isn't a virus. Oh, it just scans the URL. The problem is wrong tab. The moment I try and interact with the file, Windows Defender is going to isolate it again. And I don't remember how you make it. Here, family options, protection history, virus and threat protection. Scan options. It's not what I need. I gotta look this up. So current threats, protection history. Select the item you want to keep. And choose an action. You can also do it from the command line. Yeah, there's apparently a few people that have gone virus flags. I think I gotta disable real-time scanning. Which now I gotta remember how you actually do that. Well, I'm not seeing a way to restore it. And whenever any file tries to access it, basically the way Defender works is that whenever a file is accessed by the Win32 API, which apparently also works through subsystem through... Oh, wait a minute, wait. I know how to get it in. I know how to do this. Hold the boat. All right, let me grab that again, because I was able to download it. Now, can I FTP... I think it's... Is XP 1 or 2? I don't remember which one XP is. Two. Okay. Of course, now I'm getting connection refused. Oh, right, because the flipping subsystem for Linux is not different. If I do it from within Windows, it will flag again. So I can't do it from there. I need to get... You know what? I know exactly how to do this. I believe I've got Telnet running on the Debian VM. Because that is still going. Yeah, it's saying TFTP itself is a virus. Oh, this is still running the, yeah, that's still running the kernel we built ourselves. I gotta reboot because I need network in this thing. You are not getting an IP address. And that looks really screwed up. I think I... Response from host. Is inetd not running? Oh, inetd is not running. The fuck? This may be a side effect of... So there's the Telnet server services for PC NFIS. Username mapping. If I really wanted to go down a very painful path. So that, yeah, this is all stuff relating for NCFS. Yeah, it does actually report. So why isn't... I can't reboot the machine right now without restarting this, so that's a problem. Wow, we are going nowhere fast here. Let me see our control panel. Administrative tools. Services. I don't know where inetd gets run from. I know for a fact it does get run, but apparently at some point it clocked out and died. Which really does feel like par of the course for this fucking project. Interix system startup. The problem is I hit restart here and I could watch my thing go away, which would really suck. Can I FTP here to 0.3? I can FTP to 0.3. This taking a while is normal. I'm not sure why it takes a while, but... Okay, cool, that worked. Right, so let me pop back into Bash. So if I do... Yeah, I'm assuming that wasn't going to work. I need to get that file into the Linux VM, because then it'll let me fucking do this. This is fucking contortionist. Alright, let me see here. So that was... There we go. Now, I did snapshot the VM, so if this is actually malware, at least it's not going to eat my soul, question mark. Assuming it fucking loads. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm guessing the version of Firefox is too old. What version of Firefox is this? 68, yeah. Yeah. This is an entire fucking mood. Pancake Sparkle, because I tried that and that's what caught it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get the exact URL and give it to it that way. Can I, you know what, hold on, can I paste into this? Like, wasn't there like send clipboard? Type clipboard. Yeah, that's not having it. Fine, I will type it in by hand. Not found. Where did I typo? Oh, I see it. Flipping finally. Okay. That would have ended up in the Unix folder. Yep, there's that. Now, hopefully this works on XP, because if it doesn't, I'm going to be a little salty. Hey! Okay, finally, something has been accomplished. Okay, cool. So now I can set basically everything I need to set here. NTP server, TFTP server, start of address pool was going to be 10.10.0.10. Size of the pool is 20. TFTP boot. Boot. I haven't quite figured out how this is going to work. I want to bind to that address. Cool. That works. That also gives me a TFTP folder. Field DHCP mask cannot be... here we go. Mask would be 255.255.255.0. DNS server will be this machine, so that would be 10.10.0.2. Okay, that complained about a lot of things. So IPv6 is disabled. Okay, I guess that works. So we close that. We reopen that. And, okay, I think we're in business. So now I gotta make a TFTP-based directory. So we'll do that here. So that's gonna be TFTP boot. And then boot file will be BZ image. Okay. I am going to have to edit the config, but at least that puts us in the right ballpark. So if I now create, if we go over here, I think I'm going to have to create a new virtual machine. Before you begin, that's fine. So netboot test dummy. This is going to be generation 1. That's fine. You are connected to just internal. Yeah, that's fine. Install from network-based location. Create it and go. That should actually that should literally be it. So now the question is, does it actually start getting, like, do we get anything over here? There's the DHCP. TFTP error file not found. Okay, cool. So that should have tried to download a file via TFTP. It didn't, but maybe because the file wasn't there. Okay. This is still going very, very effing slowly. So let's open a new terminal. This is going to be hell to edit. I already know. Okay, so now the file's there. So I tell you to reboot. Do you actually get a kernel? I need Pixie Linux. I need Pixie Linux. That's right, I need Pixie Linux. I have no idea if I'm going to be able to successfully compile Pixie Linux. I'm really hoping they have a download for it. Right, so it's part of the syslinux source code. Wow, this is... Yeah, okay, I need to get a copy of the... Let me see if I can find the a tarball. That would like be really nice. There's a copy of the source code on Launchpad. I have this terrible, horrible feeling that compiling this is going to be absolute hell. When was the last time this code was updated? Looks like 2016. Yeah, it looks like that was the last major update to it. What's chat currently saying? Yeah, so now the $1 million question is, can I build syslinux from Linux from scratch? Or from Interx, shown folder. And that's an answer, a question. If I'm a little out of it, I apologize. All right, syslinux SFU source. So we go back. Now, hopefully this isn't going to be hell on earth to build this. I want to say it uses a makefile. That is a lot of source code. I kind of want to just build it. All right, so there is a makefile. I don't see Pixie. See MBR, I see EFI, I see DAWs, I see M tools. There is an MK folder. this isn't designed to be cross-compiled at all. That's annoying. It also needs NASM, which is not trivial for me to get. Let me see what they say about building it on MingW. Well, there is an announcement of it now being buildable in a Linux environment. That's exciting. Yeah, so apparently MingW is actually the native build environment. MingW for XP is a little bit of a question mark if I could even fucking find it. It was not the most easy thing to get. Do I really care about this purism this much? Sorry, I'm doing... I feel like I'm reaching just high levels of apathy myself. Let me, see here. Let me... I can close this window. I don't need it. That's just still grinding away there. Let me see if I can find MingW for XP, because maybe it still exists. Yeah, it is actually still around. There's an old copy of MingW. I just have to... Well, they say it's there, but okay, the actual file isn't, because of course not. You know, just for shits and giggles factor... I'm just going to run gmake, and I'm going to see what happens. It's going to fail out because it does need NASM, but I want to see how far it actually... Yeah, I already saw it blow its brains out because it doesn't like the way the paths work. Because if I look up... Oh no, it was local area error 1. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna run gmake here. I'm gonna see if it fucking builds. I'll be right back. Shockingly, that actually looks like that's trying to build. That doesn't feel like this. I don't think it's going to actually work. If it just gets to the point that it needs NASM. Let me write some notes down so I can... I mean, chat, this is building. Like, surprisingly. I guess I need to go find NASM's source code and see if I can build it. Net-wide assembler. Net-wide assembler. Hopefully it's just a configure script. Yeah, it is just a configure script. It's a configure script, but they don't... Oh, God. It's a configure script that they don't ship a configure script. They ship configure.ac. They don't ship the actual pre-made configure script thingamajig. Yeah, that was kind of what I expected to happen. You know, if I just tell it gmake ld x64 there's no way this actually works. I actually am feeling really fucking drained. 7:30 here. Jeez. They don't have a tarball available. That's kind of why I'm complaining. They just have tagged GitHub releases. I'm not convinced that this is going to work, but I mean, it got that far. I'm thinking I might go grab an energy drink from the fridge. Well, this TFTP server works. Like I said, I just need Pixie Linux. I could just rip it off from somewhere. Okay, yeah, so file format not recognized because... And because I have a 32-bit cross compiler. Yeah, that's not gonna fly. So it did effing build, it just... I don't even remember what they are. It was using the system GCC, but the thing is that I only built a 64-bit compiler. I don't think I even have... I can try it. I got nothing to lose by actually trying it. Oh, look, this is actually getting to the effing install stage. Oh, look, that died because of Xorgs again. Chat, we're not going anywhere fast. We are legitimately not going anywhere fast. This install script has been running for over an hour, but it does actually look like it's starting to install stuff. Yeah, because it just did the static library, and presumably it's going to be other files. Yeah, it would be faster. I kind of hate to do that. Like, it feels like it sort of negates part of... Yeah, the problem is that I have to upgrade Xorgs anyway, because I know for a fact that the Linux kernel needs a more functional Xorgs. Xorgs is in fine utilities, I believe. I think I'm just going to deal with that right now, because right now I am legitimately not getting anywhere quickly. Where is Xorgs? Paths ending in... Yeah, it's in fine utilities. I might as well build that now because I am just legitimately on fumes. Version from 2015. Yeah, let's go with that. Like, if I built a 32-bit compiler, I could probably get syslinux to build. But yeah, this is very much, we'll do it later. I have this horrible feeling I'm going to configure this and it's not going to build. Or it's not going to work. Like, I don't know. I really... Today has just been one of those days where nothing has been going well. I'm going to step away from keyboard while that runs. Okay, I'm back, and the energy drink is called This Is Hell. Yeah, so that's still doing its make install step. That's doing its configure step. I'm feeling like death. I should say that this should be a long stream on the hopeful chance that it doesn't be one. It says here, this is hell, this is my choice, I don't know anymore. And then my Greek isn't enough to read the rest of this on the can. Energy drinks are hard to find in Europe. Monster exists, but I really dislike Monster, so it's really whatever they have at Little or Alpha Beta. I needed to replace... I needed a better Xorgs anyway for the Linux kernel to fully build. God, this is obnoxious on how slow this is. Oh, look, it's actually recursing through all the libraries again. This is fine. It's called AB. I forget what the full name of it is, but it's called Alpha Beta. Yeah, I can get Monster here, but Monster is nasty. I'll be perfectly honest about that. Like, there's people that are going to consider that a spicy opinion. I don't usually drink a lot of energy drinks, but... yeah. Sorry, I'm a little fuzzy right now. I'm sitting here. I'm just doing a little bit of classwork on the side right now. I'm just trying to chip away at it because for the moment I have nothing to say, so it's just going to kind of grind. Okay, so there's an audio interview here, so I gotta do that later. The whole point of Auto Tools was it to be a portable system that only required the a shell to work. Now, obviously, Windows didn't ship with, you know, the Born shell in any form. But it was designed to run on anything that is POSIX compatible, like by definition. NT4 is a little bit too threadbare to actually get it to work with the built-in POSIX subsystem, although it did try. Yeah, I am legitimately just running on fumes right now. No, it did not. No shell, no compiler. I mean, it had CMD, which meets the technical definition of a shell, but not for our purposes. Just wish it was faster. Especially this. And, like, I can't even run it with a J factor because it just keeps hanging whenever I do. I think that's going to take, like, 4 hours for that to finish. Yeah, I mean, I can still consider autoconf a godsend. I don't particularly love M4 macros, don't get me wrong. But I've dealt with enough pain with CMake over my life that I find that auto tools, when I have to just build someone else's code, I much prefer dealing with auto tools than anything else. Let me close out the terminals we don't care about. I'm still going to have to find an LN I can use. I'm guessing I'm going to have to build one from NetBSD and hope I can get 2 build. Like, I always hate how slow autoconf. Like, this is faster than it would be under Cygwin, but not by much. I mean, there's still platforms where it matters. Like, Solaris, Oracle Solaris is still a thing. HP Unix was a thing until the death of Itanium. AIX is still around. Let me see here. Who else in the big Unix space? Stratus Voss exists, and that can run Bash. Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of things that are far too difficult to audit. I mean, theoretically, you can audit it by looking at the configure AC script and then looking at where it's pulling its macros from. And you can audit it that way by looking at the M4 stuff going in versus not. So it can be done. You just can't. It's just easier said than done. That being said, it doesn't surprise me that that's why things like OpenSSL use bespoke system instead of autoconf. Like, I mean, configure scripts being a black box makes perfect amount of sense. But, I mean, what isn't a black box on a modern computer? Or at least to the average end user. I mean, sure, nation states and stuff, like if you're talking NSA level stuff, I get it there. I can get it, like, the fear of, backdooring and such. But we have to trust so many things on a day-to-day basis that it's like... I consider the argument kind of a straw man. Because most users don't need that level of verification. I really hate to say it, but that's the case. It's possible to put a backdoor in the compiler itself. That was proven back in the 80s, and then having a self-perpetuating backdoor. They did that with, I think, Unix v7. They essentially patched the C compiler to detect that it was compiling login-D and put a backdoor in it, as well as putting a backdoor to backdoor the compiler. So it is entirely doing, it's entirely, my brain is complete putty. It's probably the same reason why I did so badly on drafting Magic earlier, which I'm kind of disappointed in, but whatever. I can get a free draft. I just play Arena when I do decide to play. Yeah, on Trusting Trust, that's the paper. I found it fascinating, but you know, it also kind of came down to it is that computers are black box. I never did anything with V7. I'll be honest, ancient Unix doesn't interest me all that much. Like, I've definitely thought about going back down there. The paper was dealing with a theoretical case of security. Now, there may have been some real-world influence involved with that. Hold on, chat. I gotta check something. Sorry, there was some noise outside that I was a little concerned about. Just wanted to check it. I mean, the idea of a backdoor compiler has been floated in multiple circles. That probably was the earliest idea of it, but, like, Green Hills has an entire set of validated compilers that are really popular in government. They have both Ada and C compilers, and the Green Hills' entire existence is basically audited and sometimes even mathematically audited code. Oh no. I'm recognizing these functions that it's running. I'm legitimately hoping that this is not about to error out. Because GNU Find has a function that tells it to limit to file system. And that's where AutoTools blew its brains out. It's astounding how slow this configure script is. I really hope this video does well. I mean, considering that I've had high turnout on all the streams, it kind of feels like it's hopefully going to be a winner. You know, my birthday is in 5 days, and it's like, I'm hoping I'm not doing this on my birthday. Or I want to have this done by my birthday. Let me put it a different way. I mean, it kind of is. Like I said, it's... For better or worse, my YouTube channel is currently my only source of income, but that was because I could take it with me when I went to Greece. Like... And the other thing I'm doing is I'm going back to school right now for a degree. I kind of wish I did it a while ago, but circumstances did not allow for it. So... Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be 37. I didn't even think I honestly didn't even know if I'd make it this far. Yeah, well, dealing with the crappy... I mean, you saw what it took for me to deal with the default crappy shell. It's astounding how much, It's astounding how long this configure is taking. And that's still going. You deleted it. Yeah. Nuking the shell from orbit needs to be done a little bit carefully. Honestly, if you could make a chroot jail, maybe chroot with it, like make a copy of the root file system, and then chroot it within Unixware. Honestly, I do kind of want to do a video on Unixware. I just have no idea what to do it on. I don't know. I'm just gonna stand up and walk around because I'm like. My deep thoughts are currently all over the place. I don't know, it might be possible to hack it into NT3.5. There was a version that ran on NT4. It really would come down to how much kernel support there actually is. Which is easier to know than not, or hard to know than not. Yeah, it's going. This feels like it's stuck. We'll see if it is or isn't. I feel like it's going to take hours for that to actually finish, but at least I'm making headway on this. At least I feel like I'm making headway. French and traditional French, yeah. I mean, going back around to what I was saying about Dead Internet Fury. Like, one of the things I've wondered is how much algorithms and such cause that. And, like, if I were to set up a mailing list and ask for volunteers to, like, participate on a bulletin board or a private news server for a period of time so I can make a video. Hold on. The water main here has been having some issues, so the bathtub's been slowly filling up. And I just heard the sound change, so... Yeah, they've been doing construction down the road from here, and we've lost water a few times as a result. Right now there is water, but the pressure is very low. Wow, I was checking for a lot of Python. Hey, there we go. Configured at status. Trying to get Python building on this would be terrifying. Okay, so this is not frozen. This is just going incredibly slow. I've let that run overnight, and it's finished. But, yeah. Yeah, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to make a devlog out of this one. I may not have enough content for it. I don't know if I've ever seen Python 1.0 in the wild. I've seen 2. I think the oldest one I've seen in the wild is 2.2. Yeah, so that's still going. This is going. This is about to run make. Although I think did I give it a make flag? I think I gave it a J flag. Just wait for that to finish its everything. It's astounding how complex a utility like find actually is. Thanks for the subscription, Alex Rust. Yep, and now that's running make. Yay! Progress! I'm still gonna have to find an LN. You know, let me see if I can, like, just grab LN from NetBSD. Like, if I just grab ln.c from NetBSD, can I just build the damn thing and get, like, a link utility with, more brains in it? Actually, I do need this command line. Alright, so here's ln.c. If I just save this, or go back a page, save target as. Okay. So let me open a new subsystem shell. I get the sensation that this just isn't going to build straight out. It's probably depends on a bunch of functions that we don't have. So yeah, we have link at. Oh, hold on. This one just stopped. Right error. Well, that's concerning. Why did it give a right error? You're not out of disk space. I don't think the host system's out of disk space. No, it's not. I have 0.5 terabyte free. No, it's not full disk. I legitimately don't know. Hopefully that hasn't happened in the... Nope, that one's still going. It's going very slowly, but it is still going. So I have that feeling we don't have a linked at system call. Yeah, linked at is a POSIX 1 2008 syscall, which of course we don't fucking have. That would be... So that's this thing follow. I mean, that may not be fatal. It may still work without that. I'm just remembering, like I said, the kernel gave an error over that. Linkat was added to the Linux kernel in 2.16.16. Library support was added in glibc 2.4. Okay. I mean, it seems to be okay now. Did it actually link, or is it just... No, it hasn't gone there yet. I wonder if it was an issue due to multiple make stuff. Like, I really feel like I'm pushing this system beyond what it was ever designed to do. I don't know what happens if I run ranlib myself. Okay, cool. That's actually doing more install stuff. Maybe we'll actually be able to do what was the original point of this video. Yeah, ranlib's fine. I think what actually... maybe it was just due to a parallelization problem. Like, it's not the first time we've seen that. It should have the link syscall, but link at is a different syscall. I could probably pull a copy of the utility. I need to see what switch it actually wants in the kernel for its build script. Like, it's not a fatal, but it would be nice to have it. Yeah, okay, so that's building, that's make installing just fine. So hopefully that will finish sometime this century, and then we can, like, go back and do shit. So, yeah, so that's Xorg's taken care of. Yeah, okay, so I just managed to build Xorgs, which is a good sign. Yeah, I think what happened is I think it was a race condition. Well, that's fun. Yeah, I'm currently thinking about how I'm going to solve that Pixie Linux problem. I really don't want to build another cross compiler. Like, my god, I really don't want to do that. Like, that is just going to be an obnoxious amount of work. Yeah, okay, that worked. Okay, I'm guessing that was just a one-time fluke. Should probably change the status of I could just grab a copy of Pixie Linux, but I also need Xorgs for other things because that was one of the utilities that I know I had to replace. I need an LN with more functionality than what I actually have. But yeah. So that's still doing its install step. That's still doing its install step. I do have dump. I do have it. I have it for both targeting Linux and for host, although it's a very old copy of bin utilities. Like it's positively ancient. Yeah, it's actually old enough to drink at this point because it's from 2002 or 2003. So it's either old enough to drink or about to be old enough to drink. Okay, so that's doing all of its install stuff. So that will let the modules build on the Linux kernel, which is, kind of a win. I don't know what to do about the lack of LN command, the missing options for LN. I don't even remember what option it needed. Let me look at my actual YouTube video on this because that might tell me what I needed. Here we go. Videos 6 days ago. Illegal option -N is what it complained about. What is -N in LN? Treat destination as a symlink to a directory as though it was a normal file. I legitimately don't know what that does. Oh, it causes, okay, well, that's strange. I'll have to look and figure out what it actually does. I'm just kind of YOLOing it at this point. Oh, there's a message. You should really recreate that cache. Yeah, we looked at that at exactly the right moment. Just going to kind of hope that everything here works. ... question mark ... I'm just breathing the copium right now because that's kind of how I'm feeling about it. Okay, so that's doing all the install stuff. So hopefully this all kind of just works. I don't know. I think grabbing a copy of Pixie Linux 0 is probably the quote-unquote easiest way to do it. Because if I really have to go and like download a entire flipping thing of Yeah, that just looks like a giant pain in the ass. I could probably get it done. I would have to build another copy of GCC to do it. If this... Yeah, you know what? I'm actually... Yeah, I basically need a bunch of files to make this work. I have to basically just retrieve them all. Including the pixielinux.config file, memdisk. I'm just trying to remember how this all kind of works. Yeah, I think I just need to suck it up and download this. I just need to... I don't know what mboot is. Yeah, I'll just download these files. If this is the make or break for this project, so be it. Alright, so we grab all 3 of these. Let me go to my downloads folder and get them available here. So file and directory listing. So PixieLinux 0, save as. And you need to go here. Menu C32 needs to go there. And then PixieLinux config. Did I not? Oh, I didn't grab the config file. Hold on. Oh, no, it's called default. So, save as. New folder. And then I'm going to have to remove the extension. So now that I've done that, let me open this up in a text editor. Okay, so label. So that's the PixieLinux config. We open this up. So now that's running. So now we bring this up. Let me just see if it hit reset. So that goes DHCP. Oh, right, because that's the wrong file. So I got to add that settings. This needs to be PixieLinux.0. There we go. All right, so now it's downloading the bzim image file. Okay, cool. So that boots. This is going to die in a second. Yeah, because there's no root device. Okay, so we can netboot the kernel off of XP. I still have to get the NFS server like set up and roaring to go, and then seeing if we can actually go. Yeah, we got the main pieces we actually need. Right. So if that's what we have, I need to go into menu config, and I think I have to enable the options for NFS boot. Let's see here. Server for NFS. So does this use exports? Okay, so that actually did, yeah, that did go. So how is... I gotta look this up. Services for Unix NFS. Because I don't know how you actually, do this. I think so apparently there's a utility called NFS admin. No. So this talks about doing the installation. Okay, so it says non-root must specify config file. Okay. I think I gotta reboot this VM. I think it's gone a little bit stale, so we'll do that as soon as this is done. So troubleshooting NFS, telnet, and here. I'm just trying to figure out how you even set up the NFS server. Like, I see nothing about mount points or, yeah, so server for NFS. Locking, client groups, server settings, so here's username mapping. Map maintenance. Like, does it only let me do, like, the home folder? It says Interact supposedly does, so export. Yeah, I don't have export FS. There is also supposedly an NFS client. All right, here's help. Let's look at the actual help file. Server for NFIS. So checklist. To share a directory, here we go. NFS share. So it's a Windows command line utility. Oh God, it's real. So share name would be export. What I'm not seeing is no root squash, which is kind of important. So let me see here. So NFS share. Here, configure shared directory. Allowing anonymous access using command line. So I do NFS share export equal C/SFU export. The share path is specified. Oh, right. Yeah, it's got to be like that. Export was successfully shared. So that's there. So the biggest problem is so now I need to make a mapping of users and groups. To identify users and group names, I guess I have to give it a username and password file. So Windows username and commander maps to root. No password file is specified. Alright, so I'm assuming I have to give it a password file. So that's still going. I'm not convinced I'm going to be able to get this to work because NFS does some weird crap with root. And that may become a very real problem, but let me give it a password file and a group file. Yeah, that will work. Yeah, that'll work. Alright, so let me grab and download these. Well, that's got a share icon on it now. Yeah, that's got a share icon on it now, so that did do something. So we save password. Save group. Let's go to the command line. There's a lot of utilities in there. God, I am feeling really tired. Alright, so password, group, synchronize now. Now if we now go to maps, and I tell it to... Yeah. So I want to map the end commander user to the root user there. So now the question is, can I actually pull up that mount? Like, is that a thing that's actually going to work? Oh, holy crap, that worked. That... It mounted... Yeah, that did mount. It didn't like the permissions. So Windows user, Linux user, UID 0. I think I gotta do it like this. Let's try that. Let's see what that does. Because I do need root mount to work. Yeah, I got permission denied. That's interesting. Let me see what chat has to say on the subject. Yeah, let's log advance to that file. Create. I want to map all, just so I can get an idea of what's going on. So it is like doing that, which is definitely interesting. Let's see if there's anything in that file. Yep, that's still going. So it does show the mount as successful, but that's all that works. Let me see here. Let me hit ID. So ID numbers are being created. It just... So mapped users, domain, root user, and it's also mapping endcommander to endcommander, which makes sense. Map maintenance, configuration, refresh interval. Let's see your server for Unix. Client groups. So it does successfully log it. Which kind of tells me that there's something I gotta do with the NFS share command. So share directory using command line. Okay, so apparently, I think I have to give it the root option. Okay, so that was shared successfully. Well, okay, so that maps something. Okay, that actually looks like progress. I was able to create a file there, and it has the user ID of root. So if I go here, and it's mapped to administrator on this side. So, okay. So the question now becomes, could I successfully netboot with this file system? Like, is that a thing I can actually get away with and do? Because if that's a thing I can actually get away with and do, that That gets spicy, and that gets quickly spicy. So let's actually take this out. Let me try this. So cd deb bootstrap. Stretch mount. Ooh, that doesn't work. It doesn't support dev files. Crap. Okay, yeah, so this is a non-starter. Because if I can't put device nodes on it... No, wait, let me actually think about that one. I can't put device nodes there. I don't necessarily need device nodes now that I think about it. Like, if I were to just boot into bash... No, hold on. I'm trying to think about why this error exists, because I've never encountered this one before. Oh, wait. I know why this error exists. I know why this error exists. The reason this error exists is that this has to chroot into the environment. Is it tempfs? Yeah, it is tempfs. Oh, it really doesn't like that. Let me do a deb bootstrap somewhere else, and then let me see if I can copy it in. Yeah, let me do that. Yeah, but that's not what the script is checking. That's not what the script is checking. The script is specifically checking if the file system itself can support device nodes. Which is legal under NFS, but apparently the Windows NFS server doesn't support it. That creates a very interesting question of how I'm going to use parted and grub. I'm going to have to use udev. That's going to be that is actually going to be legitimately tricky. It's not a make or break, but I'm going to have to think real fucking hard about this one. If I had a usable RAM disk, that might be doable. If I can run make node or make dev, like, I'm going to have the device node somewhere. I'm just not sure where I'm going to get an old school copy of make dev. I guess I can cross that bridge when I get to it. And yeah, and that's still going. Yeah, I could do it in a tempfs and then run the make dev script to make it create all the device nodes on the fly. And oh yeah, there is dev tempfs. Or I believe there is dev tempfs, which should just kind of magically do it. Although that might require udev to be running, which is ... question mark if that will actually be doable. You'd expect it, but it isn't because, or it isn't on certain cases. It's a little bit complex. Like Rock Ridge ISO extensions support device nodes because they exist as a file. All right, so if we do, what is it, archive? I think it's CP, or is it preserve? Yeah, it's archive. So CPARV, all of this, and then copy it onto the root file system, onto the NFS server. God, that is slow. Now the question is, are we going to be able to do diskless boot with this? Because I want to see if I can the idea here is, can you build a working Linux system from XP and only XP? So I'm currently seeing if the NFS server that Services for Unix gives is good enough to actually pull this off. I'm not convinced that this will work. Yeah, that is not fast. Because if I want to basically be able to install it, I'm going to need parted and I'm going to need grub. Cross-compiling grub is ... question mark. That is legitimately ... question mark. I also would want to be able to native build Pixie Linux, but I'm willing to call it GG on that one. I'm gonna step away from keyboard for a bit, just because I know I got a little fresh air. God, my brain is just legitimately toast. I legitimately feel like my energy levels have just gone off a cliff. So that's still doing its install stuff. Hopefully we get to the point that we can actually, like, you know, do something. So I also just realized I'm going to need to change this NFS mount. Because it's going to have to use the IP address of the net booted system. Yeah, sorry. I'm just gonna be. I'm probably gonna be kind of quiet right now because I am. Bus travel always tires me out, and the bus from Athens sucks. It wasn't a particularly bad one. I didn't get motion sick for once, which was nice, but. Alright, so. Now that we've got that copying, we need to deal with the next issue, so. Why is caps lock keep getting turned on? Oh great, I don't have menu config here. Because I'm going to have to go turn on the menu config options. Or the diskless options. So let's get into menu config and let's get that cooking. Honestly, I'm probably just going to stream the next few days. Like, I really just want to kind of push this project to the end. Alright, so that is going. So that's pulling up menu config. A little surprised it's rerunning host CC. I'm hoping it's not going to rebuild the whole damn kernel on me. Like, why is it rebuilding all this? The other thought I had, and this may be even more cursed, is I could use an NTFS root. Alright, so there we go. So, diskless. NFS. What is the option for that? Netboot. Or is it NFS root? Oh great, I can't scroll. I think it's under file system. Kernel auto mounter. Network file system. Root file system on NFS. Okay. So that's there. So I actually don't need to rebuild that. So that option's actually already there. So if that option's already there, that's done copying. So let's look back at this VM. So if we look at our TFTP server, so there's our lease. And we go to share directory. How do I share, like, so it's UID host. I guess I have to just make a share for... Yeah, I think I have to give it a share for everything. So I think I have to delete the share. And then we need to recreate it with read write root. Okay, well, that's there. So, okay. So now we need to go to, where's Notepad++? Here we go. So you need append ipdhcp root dev nfs. I gotta actually look up this. NFS root Linux command line. Yeah, I think it's NFS. Yeah, so then it needs to be NFS root equals slash export. I think that's all I actually have to give it. Yeah, let's just try that. And let's see what happens. I'm not convinced. I'm really not convinced that this is going to work. So let's go to netboot test dummy. And let me hit reset. We should get messages about it doing DHCP. Of course not. Why? That would be too easy. Oh, I think it needs root delay. Root NFS, let's see, root NFS dev NFS. Yeah, I always remember having to give this root delay for this to actually like do something. And I may need to send the console somewhere else, which would be a little irritating, but sure, why not? Yeah, I think I can do console equal dev TTY0. Because we're going to need to be able to see the console so I can scroll it. Okay, so settings. Serial port 1 is a named pipe, and we'll call it netboot. And then this is going to be that. Oh, right. I have to run putty as root. Okay, that opens there. So, if we now go to our crash dummy, hit reset. Wait for it to interrupt. Yeah, so then you lose your serial connection. Restart. Find new session. Oh, you're going to be really irritating about this. I'm going to have to restart PuTTY each time, aren't I? Okay, that's there. That's there. And we get nothing. Of course, that would be way too fucking easy for that to just, you know, work. Change settings. I did get this working earlier, so why isn't this working now? COM port, netboot, name path. Yeah, all that's fine. New session. Did I get something wrong on the console command line? I might have. Console TTY0. Oh, you know what? That's why. That would do it. Now, I really wish it wouldn't disconnect. Can I send it an alt control delete and reboot it? No, that would be too easy. All right, so we do a reset here. PuTTY's going to lose its connection. Yep, that's exactly what I expected to happen. I now need to reopen PuTTY. Run as administrator. Why do I do these things to myself? I really feel like I'm just suffering for the hell of it. There we go. All right. Now maybe we get something. There we go. So do I get any useful messages on this? Console enabled, serial, blah, 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 blah. Waiting 10 seconds. Oh, right. It doesn't know what its network devices are. Fudge. Yeah. No NFS root address. Yeah, because it doesn't detect... Right, because I don't have the right network devices built in. Okay. Alright, well... At least we're going the right way. Sort of. If I'm being really optimistic about that. I'm hoping there's a Hyper-V flag. Or is Hyper-V... Is it just virt.io drivers, or is there specific Hyper-V ones in the kernel? Linux kernel. Okay, so the driver is called netvsc. So there is a specific driver for it. I could use a legacy device, but Yeah, okay, so netvsc. Here we go. Hyper-V client-side drivers. If I turn on the numlock, can I scroll? Yeah, so I can't scroll, which is a little annoying. And by a little, I mean a lot. Yeah, that's kind of a problem. Okay, so if I want to turn on Hyper-V support, device drivers, virtualization drivers, what does Hyper-V need to be on? So I think, okay, so it looks like hypervisor has to be on. Hypervisor guest. So that needs SMP vSMT. So processor type flags. Okay, so we turn that off. We go back up here. Oh great, I can't escape. I have to save that and then go back in. Just normal Linux stuff. Yeah, I am making notes right now. I really wish page up, page down worked. Hyper-V client drivers. I don't know if that gives me the network drivers. Okay, so let me... Hyper-V networking driver. All right, well, that's a new kernel being built. So how... That is still going. That's why I haven't done the glibc stuff on stream, and now that's cooking. Yeah, I do take notes in another document. Hopefully this doesn't rebuild the entire kernel. Like, I would be really happy if it doesn't rebuild the whole kernel. It's probably going to rebuild the whole kernel because, let's be honest, that's how this kind of works. Plus, now should it be able to build modules, so I don't know. I mean, the other way I can handle the parted problem is via RAM disk. That is a viable way to do this. It's a shitty way to do it, but it does work. I would basically have to build parted as a static utility, but it could be done. I'm still not sure how I'd get grub on there. The other way I could think to do this is to... What was it? I wonder if you can... I wonder if Loadlin would work with a modern kernel. I've never tried it. I've done it with ancient ones, but maybe I could Loadlin it... I don't know. I would still need... Either I'd have to do it with an NFS root device, which that's cursed, but conceivably doable. Alright, so that's going. So I think we're just going to kind of have to sit here and wait. Because that's really just kind of the mood of this project. Also, my YouTube channel just reached its 10th anniversary. I mean, maybe the other way I could think you could do it is if I could build it as a PE file. Like, there's no reason why that wouldn't work. This kernel should be new enough to support the EFI stub. But, like I said, there are, shall we say, logistical issues with that. Alternatively, like I said, I might be able to do it with a... with a Rock Ridge CD image, because that's how Yagastrel did it. And like I said, I don't need the whole thing to work. I really just need bash, parted, and grub. So, yeah, really, I would just need bash, parted, and grub, as well as the dev file entries, but one thing at a time. So, we'll see if this works. Well, the plan today was to build the Userland, but I'm waiting for glibc to run make install because I made a little oopsie. So we're kind of tackling the issue of how we're going to boot this thing. I mean, that's kind of what it is. I think it's going to build the whole kernel from fucking scratch. Oh, I really don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that. I mean, there's not much I can do about it. Well, the channel itself says it was created in 2006. Like, if you actually go to the About page, I think my first YouTube upload was 10 years ago, but my account was older than that. Yeah, I think it's going to rebuild. Oh no, there goes Hyper-V HVint. I'm honestly tempted to go cook something while this runs. Yeah, I'll be back. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm just kind of being silent. I am legitimately, I'm legitimately on fumes. I just want to make as much headway on this as I can, because I want this done. I want this off my plate so I don't have to think about it. I've already got an hour and 6 minutes of footage completed from this project. So the more I get done on it, the better. Alright, where is my glibc build? Because plan B is I make a Rock Ridge CD, and that's how I do it. I don't know how hard it would be to get make ISOFS built. It also presents the problem that I would need to still deal with syslinux, because I would need ISOLinux if I wanted a self-booting CD. It's not make or break. I might have to actually build a 32-bit toolchain if I want to do this legitimately within the rules of my project. I don't even hear the music. Like, what music is currently playing? Let me put on my headphones so I can hear it. Yeah, well, I put on the background music so I don't have to talk as much. Like, I've still been kind of mulling, you know, I kind of want to do the history of the internet, like, with the actual vintage tools and tech. I think I'm going to want to set up a mailing list for volunteers. I think I'm going to append that to the end of this video. This is going to be a very long video. I don't have a webcam plugged into the desktop. I actually did buy one, but right now I'm literally just I'm just wearing a bathrobe because, like I said, I got back from Athens. It was possibly the worst Airbnb I ever stayed in. It was a closet. I kid you not. Like, someone had turned a closet into an Airbnb. It had a bathroom, but it was redonkulously small. I should check what's going on Discord. I also want to see how my last few live streams have been doing. Also, I want to just kind of check what the revenue looks like. Yeah, it's been doing pretty good. Because realistically, I think my main source of income here in Greece is going to be my YouTube channel, but I don't have the drama that was following me everywhere in New Jersey, which makes it so much easier. I did give it the parallelization option. Like, yeah, I did. I know I did. Yeah, I did. It's just going to be that effing slow. Yeah, I mean, look, you can see the processor is completely pegged out. Yep, and that is still going. That's why I haven't done glibc on camera. So we're basically stuck waiting for things to compile right now. So situation normal, all effed up. Yeah, no chair cam, I'm sorry. Alright, I'm actually going to edit the stream title. Just slightly. Yeah, the internet can be weird like that. Well, you know, MBD could... Oh, you know... iSCSI I couldn't do from XP. I think I'd have the same problem with device nodes with iSCSI. Oh. No, wait a minute. Wait. Let me actually think about that one. I am legitimately thinking about this one. iSCSI works on block devices. I believe XP only has an initiator. It doesn't have the server. I think that's only in Server 2003. I could install Server 2003. That's not end of the world bad. Or I could just use the iSCSI functionality on my NAS, which I've used in the past. iSCSI is neat. I have never found a practical use for it on like a home network. Well, we're recompiling the kernel. We've already built the kernel on Windows before, which was an exciting process, but I had to turn on additional flags because I need networking in my VM. Like, that would be nice. Yeah, but the thing is, the Userland MBD only does simple Berkeley sockets. It should just build. It doesn't solve the issue of how I get the boot sector onto the disk, but it is an option. I'm legitimately thinking about how I can get... The problem is I have to get the boot sector there somewhere. And either I have to boot the Linux kernel diskless and then install grub from there, which is completely doable. Like, I don't think I'd be able to build the tools for grub within Interx. I might be able to cross-build grub itself, but that doesn't help me install the damn thing. I also need parted, or at least fdisk. Because at its heart, it's a UEFI boot target. Although I just realized I don't know if I have UEFI options turned on. That might be a problem. Oh, fuck. I just had a realization. Grub might need an EFI toolchain. There's a specific GCC target for UEFI. I think it can build with the system toolchain, but I'm not 100% sure of that. It also needs EFI utilities. I mean, if I can just get a minimal system to netboot, I can cross-build GCC and I can build the rest of it within off the NFS route. It is doable. It's not easy, but it is doable. Building quite a few more files than what it did before. Well, standard fdisk wasn't so bad. What was really miserable was Mac fdisk, which I remember. I remember having to use that piece of shit. Because it was the only thing that could write a Mac disk label. Parted couldn't. The problem is that Hyper-V is an EFI. It's a toolchain thing. EFI is effectively its own target. Now, Grub can also be built as a legacy bootloader, but doing that is easier than not. I do think root on MFS is probably the best option. The question is, can I actually pull that off from Windows? That is kind of what we're trying to figure out now, because if I can just boot it to Bash, we should theoretically be able to do it. I probably am going to need alternatively, I have to get int ramfs support working, because I could also do it in an int ramfs. Lilo will be difficult. I know that one for a fact. I don't even have to guess. I know for a fact that Lilo would be very difficult to pull this off with. Lilo has a lot of hard-coded crap in it, and it almost certainly can't be cross-compiled. Even if I could cross-compile it, it has to calculate sector offsets from the root image. I had this problem with installing Lilo to floppy disks in the past. I think I talked about it in the SLS video, but it's also true in the last versions of Lilo. So that's not exactly a solution. We do know we can boot the kernel, though, from XP, so I'm not exactly screwed. I just need to get creative. I think we're... You know what? Let's... I am honestly wondering if I can build... I am actually curious if I can build make ISOFS. Because if I can build ISOFS, that is a viable plan B. So let me grab that. Are you... Okay, no, alright. It was just complaining it's an insecure download, but whatever. At least it's not saying it's malware this time. Where the hell did it save that to? Okay, that's there. Alright, so while that's cooking, and that's also cooking. God, we are cooking, we are literally parallel, we are going a little bit nuts here. Alright. I am not convinced I can get this to build. But it is a good plan C because it is a way I can get a root file system somewhere where I can use it. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, no. No, don't tell me this don't tell me this just... I think it just crashed. Yeah, I think XP just clocked out. No, don't tell me that, because that means I have to do glibc all fucking over again. Yeah, I think it just panicked. I think it panicked and rebooted from what little I saw on the console. No, no, no. That means I also have to rerun make install because it was still going. I just wrote in my notes, it was at this point when Windows XP crashed. What actually went kaflooey? It did give me a mini dump. Fine, you know what? I'll even send the error report. Oh god, that sucks. That means I have to... That sucks. That's 3 hours of waiting for glibc to do its shit that just went down the flipping toilet. Alright, well, we gotta start that one over again. Well, at least I know when I'm going to finish this stream. It's when letting the kernel build again isn't going to take all that long. Yeah. The XP VM clocked out. You know what? If I've got debugging tools for Windows handy, which I might, I do want to actually look and see what that crash was. Let me look on Tranquility and see if I've got debugging tools. I've got Platform SDK. I've got the debugger for Itanium, which doesn't help me. Yeah, I've got debugging tools. I think the Platform SDK does have the debugger. How big of a disk image are you? You are a fairly beefy disk image. Alright, let me grab the disk image. We might as well, like, grab it. Yeah, okay, that's going to copy off my NAS. That's going to take a little time. I'm really hoping it didn't delete the mini dump file when I sent it to Microsoft. Windows XP mini dump location. Where did it put that? Okay, so we do have a mini dump file here. That is a small mini dump. How do I read, forgot how you actually read the damn thing. I don't remember if you can just attach the debugger. It's been so long since I've actually had to, like, do that. Okay, so I do have it. I do need WinDebug. I don't know if I've got the symbols. That's the question, because I don't think XP is still on Microsoft's symbol server. Oh, you know, I could... No, I don't want to roll it back to the snapshot. Yeah, I gotta wait for the Platform SDK to come off this CD. I don't know if I've got... I don't know if I can load symbols. I'll try. That's going to rerun a bunch of build steps, I suspect, because I already see it doing so. Okay, 25 seconds until it's done copying off my NAS. Fortunately, I kept all the crap I had for when I was doing pinball. I know I got symbols for pinball, but I don't remember where I got those symbols. Although presumably I still have it because I built this NAS shortly after I did that video. Oh, I do have symbols. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? I have I have symbols for Itanium. I don't have symbols for x86. Yeah, I can try and load it. It might be on the platform CD. I can hope. Okay, so let me pull up Hyper-V. Settings. CD-ROM. Desktop. Platform SDK. Like, I don't think this has symbols on it. I'm really not convinced that this has symbols on it. Also, my shell just locked up. Yeah, I think it just crashed again. Yes, it just crashed again. I think I'm taxing the VM too hard. Yeah, it just crapped out again. I think what happened is under heavy load, it just went... I'm waiting for the network connection to come back. There it is. Yep, clocked out. Soulcatcher, thank you for the $10 super chat. It really does make a huge difference. Alright, you know, if it's really that struggling that badly... let's just open this. Yeah, it's a Gen 1 VM. It's got an old version of the Hyper-V. It's been stable for the most part. Like, it has crashed out before, but this is the first time it's done it in days. All right, so I agree. Custom, because I don't want the whole thing. I just really want debug tools. Yeah, do not make that available because this takes forever to install. I literally just want debug tools for Windows. I really don't know if it's going to have the symbol files for the NT kernel. I have no idea if the Microsoft symbol server still has them. Microsoft's been pretty good at purging a lot of this stuff, but the flip side is there is people that still use XP, especially embedded, so there is a chance it's still there. I really want to see what hopefully I can get the crash message. I could also, you know, I should also set the system not to auto reboot so we can see the blue screen. Because obviously I found a way to make that happen pretty reliably. System setup, debugging. I want to get a full memory dump if it happens again. And I don't want to automatically restart. Okay. So if that happens again, we might have a chance at seeing what's going on. Now, that should have ended up in the event log. Okay, so that's doing all the register stuff. Platform SDK, removing backup files. Like, are you at the point I can actually... It has the install debugging tools for Windows. Okay, finish setup. And I have a thing that says install debug tools for Windows. Fine. Okay, I guess I have to recursively install this. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I don't know if I will get something from this, but we will try. Let me look up exactly how I do this. Okay, finish. Debugging tools for Windows. Oh, that was not what I wanted to click on. WinDebug. There we go. Okay. Kernel debug. It's not what I'm looking for. Open crash dump. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, so it gave me a bug check. Probably caused by NTFS. Oh, that's a cursed image. All right, so symbol path would be serve. Okay, that should work. So reload. Module load complete, but symbols could not be loaded. I'm guessing... Let me see if I can run analyze. Unknown bug check code. What's Win32 error 2? I'm assuming that's... Yeah, it's file not found. Let me see if I can find the symbols. I believe I found them in the past. They used to be on the Windows CD. Oh, okay, there we go. All debug symbols. I think I just found them on Internet Archive. Let me see if I can actually reasonably download this. Downloading from IA is always a little bit ... question mark. It's also in a 7-zip, which decompressing that is going to be kind of annoying. All right, how long is that going? Okay, it's only going to take 9 minutes to download. Let's see here. The problem is it says that it's for quote-unquote Service Pack 4, which obviously is not right. It says it's for POS ready, which is not ideal. Let me see if I can find the fucking symbols. Because without symbols, I can't read the dump. I have, like I said, I have symbols for other versions of Windows. I just don't have the version I need. I don't have the 32-bit one. I have the 64-bit one because I went and found these when I was dealing with pinball. I do have some symbol updates. Yeah, I think this is a lost code. I could check. I mean, did I give it wrong? Symbols, HTTPS, MSDL, download symbols. Yeah, the problem is those symbols aren't going to match what I have. Because it's going to be a different version of NTOS kernel, or at least I believe it will be. Oh, maybe I have to create the folder. I mean, it is possible. But I remember trying this on Itanium, and it didn't work. Try it one more time. That seemed to have given a different message. No, it didn't. Unable to load image, Win32 error. All right, I'll try those symbols. They'll download in 6 minutes. All right, so yeah, it is possible, but I've also found reports that it's been removed from their symbol server. All right, so if that's the way this is going to play out, I think what we have to do is if we're going to do this, we need to not be taxing the system quite as hard. Yeah, I think we need to not be taxing the system quite as hard. So let me do free. Control C that. We're just going to do free course. It doesn't really make a difference. I need the symbols regardless. I don't think I have WinDebug on the host system. No, I don't. Oh yeah, this is going real well. The fact that it's saying it died in NTFS is a little bit question mark. I mean, it's surprising. We're kind of abusing parts of this that have never really been stress tested. I mean, let's be honest. This has been a stress test. You know what? I'm going to fix my bash RC so I don't have to keep doing that. All right, so symbols are still downloading. 12 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I'm reading a lot of reports that those symbol files are just not there. There's apparently a bunch of other symbol files kind of just like floating around. Like on older versions of NT, they put the symbols on the CD, but I don't think that's a thing anymore. Like, I don't think that was a thing for XP. It does say it's not, okay, so hold on. There is a prompt. So go sim noisy. Reload. Yeah, so it's saying connection with the server has been reset. So, do these files actually exist? Like, if I grab this path and I just try and download it. Yeah, I get a 404 trying that. So I do think they have actually been purged off Microsoft's symbol server. Which is awesome. Way to go. Thank you, Microsoft. Yeah, it's... I get the distinct feeling I'm not going to be able to download this. So yeah, it's definitely, I can't download the file. I can't download it directly. They don't seem to be there on Microsoft's download server. I am using the right paths, right? MSDL Microsoft.com/download/symbols. And yeah, so it just basically goes not found. There is a bug report here from 3 years ago that talks about this. So I'm just right now just reading through. Okay, the symbols finished downloading. So let's just take a quick look and see if this has what I need on it. So we look here at like NTDLL. It's got a long ass path on it. And a program database. But I look at that date modified, and I get a little bit irk-a-dirk because I don't think that matches my kernel. Like, all these have a date modified of 2000, of 21. So if I look at this, and I look at, like, HAL SP... Is this got the same symbol path or no? Like, you know, here's what I do. I go to symbol path. I just set it to c/symbols. I tell it I want to reload. Where does it start reading the files from? Oh, right. Don't I have to set the executable path? Yeah, no, I just remembered. I have to set this. Yeah, I just remember I have to set that. Okay, that actually got further. There we go. That actually got a step further. Because now it's finding the actual file. It's been a while since I've done this. So if I set the symbol server now, just for shits and giggles, or can I do? Let me try analyze.v. No export. So symbols, blah 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 blah. I'm pretty sure that's not going to work, but we will try it. Yeah, so it is trying. It tried to download it. So it's trying to download NT kernel MP, and it's trying to download with that. Do we have a matching PDB for that? Because that's kind of the problem right now. So we need NT kernel MP. No, that's a different checksum. This is not the same symbol file as the one I have. Alright, for shits and giggles, if I just copy and paste this, can I download... Let me see if I can just download this from Microsoft. I'm really not convinced that that's going to work, but... I mean, it says not found. I'm assuming but that could just also be a TLS problem. Oh shit, that actually downloaded. That's actually downloading something from Microsoft Symbol Server. Yeah, here, I'll drag the tab over. That did download, or it's downloading. So if I just punt that file in the symbols folder and I hit reload, it should theoretically do it, because it looks like that's the only thing I'm going to need. I might have to do this a bunch of times, but it does look like if that does actually work. Okay, I need to rename that. So you need to be, what is the name of the file you are looking for? So rename, you need to be nt kernel mp.pdb. I don't want to jinx it. It also hasn't crashed yet, which seems like we're cooking. Yeah, that's still going. Let me try reload. Okay, so it wants it on that specific path, which is a little bit annoying. I can fix that, though. I think Microsoft's Make Directory supports this. No. NT kernel ppdp blah blah blah. Hey, there it goes. Loading kernel symbols. Okay, so it didn't find all the other ones, but that might be enough. So, analyze V. Okay, hold on. I can type. That didn't give me anything useful. There we go. Oh crap, it actually did check out in the NTFS files code. Yeah, wow, that's a crash you don't see every day. It actually clocked out. Yeah, that's not one you see every day. Let's see if we can get the full symbol path. So it wants SR and it wants NTFS. Let's see if we can actually like resolve this. Let me see if I can download that one. Wish there was a better way to do this. Okay, let's see if that download. Okay, that is downloading. So it means we need to make. Then I have to grab that part. And then this becomes NTFS PDB. I am really curious what made it clock out. I'm guessing, because that's not where I expected the crash to be. Also, my Explorer window on the host system has just clocked out as well. That was weird. Alright, so let's go back to WinDebug. Reload. So it died on insert prefix. Does it give me any other useful information here? IO create file object Open object by name. I'm assuming I'm not going to be able to see the specifics. Can I get a... Hold on, let me see here. Can I get the call stack? I can get the call stack. So that's where it bug checked. Can I get function info? Yeah, I don't think I can get function info on a small one. Yeah, I could, yeah, I can get SR. I can get that one. That one I can get as well. Because that will give me the full backtrace. Hey, you know what, Chad? This is something to do while we wait for shit to build. Yeah, because that's still going. And that's still going. I don't know how I'm going to incorporate this into the video. Aside from... I went down... Okay, so yep, that one's downloading. I am shocked that that's where it clocked out. But yeah, I'm assuming that with a mini dump, I'm not going to be able to get the full thing. So if it dies again... Okay, change file name. Throw that there. And save target. You know what I should probably do? I should probably make a script that can like download all the symbol files. I would have to figure out a way to extract these. Like this actually feels like something that would be kind of good to do. That's going to be a lot of disk space, but it could conceivably be done. All right, so dot reload. Can I get the full backs? Well, that didn't do much to change the reverse of this. So it died in NTFS check prefix. Can we like learn anything else? Yeah, with it gives us. Yeah, we can't because it's a mini dump. We don't have the full everything with it. We really let's like if I Google that, does it tell me anything useful? NTFS insert prefix. No, it's not a public symbol, so so much for that. No, the thing is, I want all the Windows symbols, like literally the everything, so they don't get nuked by Microsoft at a future release. No, this would be internal Windows code. This isn't a public API. This is basically internal code within the NTFS driver handler. It does imply that something blew up pretty spectacularly, though. Oh, yeah, you're right. I could look at the... You know what? Let me look at the other mini dumps, and let me see if that is, in fact, what has blown all of them up. Because now we've got symbols, we might be able to do something... Like, we could probably... wrong thing. I want to open... How do I think I have to close workspace. Yeah, I think I have to close workspace. Or maybe I need to restart. Yeah, WinDebug. Here it is, open crash dump. Oh yeah, look, it bug checked in the same location. Oh no. Unable to load NTFS. Hold on. How do I make it make noise again? Sim noisy is how you make it do that. Oh, right, because it needs the image source path, which is Windows. All right, let it do its thing. Yeah, it clocked out in exactly the same place in the previous crash. I wonder how you, I know Microsoft used to publish the symbol server before. I'm not going to look at leaked source code. I don't do that for various reasons. If someone tells me something about leaked source code, that's, like, and you post it in chat, it's like, whatever. Don't post the code itself, but, like, if someone can figure it out, sure, that's fine. That's basically how the firewall work goes. Yeah, we had two crashes with the VM back to back, and it's dying in ntfs.sys, but I don't touch leak source code. Like, if someone posts information about what that function may be, but I don't touch the source code itself, that's okay, because that's basically it's basically clean room debugging. If someone looks at the source and writes a document about it, because that's how Compact did it. But I don't want to deal with leaked source code in general. Well, the thing is that Interx is stressing out the case sensitivity and device special features of Interx. So it doesn't surprise me that that's where it fucking clocked out. But the fact is that is where it clocked out. Yeah, if I can deal with clean room clean room shit, like if someone else documents it and then I can incorporate it, that's fine. But well, I don't actually know if that would apply with source code, because Compact reverse engineered IBM's BIOS binaries, now that I'm actually thinking about this. Yeah, I understand why Wine is that paranoid. I actually do understand that, but the honest truth is I suspect a lot, like, this has come up in React OS quite a few times, and I'm pretty sure it's true in Wine that a lot of people do actually just look at the Microsoft stuff and just say they haven't. But yeah, that's interesting. Okay, that suddenly became a project, though. So NTFS exception filter. Are you kidding me? It does work over HTTP? Hold on. I gotta test that. I legitimately have to test that. Because if that works, I'm going to be annoyed. So delete selected files. I want to actually see if that works. Why can't you delete that? What's holding that open? Oh, I know. Oh, wait. I know what's holding that open. Yeah, I would love to be able to, like, I would love to be able to get a dump of the whole damn symbol server, because, let's be honest, if we want to figure out anything about XP error stuff, if this works, I'm going to be fucking annoyed, because I did this the hard way with Titanium. Reload. And then image Windows source path is Windows. And then save workplace. Open crash dump. We actually have one more crash dump I haven't looked at yet. Which is this one. Is that actually downloading symbols? Oh, I gotta tell it to, hold on, I gotta tell it to be noisy. Yeah, hold on. I don't think I did that right. Symbol path, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, no, I didn't get that right. Thinking about it. No, it's still saying not found. I think I'm doing something wrong. Hold on. Download symbols. SVR. See symbols. I don't think it's letting me. I don't think it's letting it work without HTTP. Oh yeah, chat. You're right. You're right. Good call. No, that didn't work. It redirected. Yeah, that redirected. It redirected it to the HTTP one, so, yeah, that didn't work. It was worth a try, though. So, yeah, I do think that's actually a project I might look into. I have to figure out exactly how the checksum works. Microsoft used to publish the symbol server. It's a set of Perl scripts. I remember this very clearly because I remember playing with it once. The thing is that it's not just Service Pack 3. Like, it's Service Pack 2, Service Pack 1, Itanium, AMD 64. There's a lot of fucking things. It's basically every binary Microsoft published is on that symbol server. Yeah, I'm trying to think on how you would actually do that with Nginx. I think that's a project for another day. I do actually think that's a project for another day. Yeah, you could probably proxy pass it like that. Or conceivably, I could open it up on WinDebug for. I mean, I could try it. I'm not sure if I would be able to open the crash in modern versions of WinDebug. I'd have to think about that one. I'll be back in a moment. I'm back. So I'm actually curious. Yeah, Microsoft no longer publishes the offline symbols. So I am curious. Do they still have the symbol server available? Because they used to publish, like I said, a collection of Perl scripts for it. So, does it still exist? So you can use a proxy server. Here we go. Source server. I believe the source server is specifically... There's a class of... So Microsoft has what's called the MVP program, and it is a group of individuals that have access to the Windows source code for debugging. I'm guessing that's what this is. So debug help actually does have functions relating to this. I'm actually curious about this. Let me see if we have... Get module, get line, get address. Basically what I need is get checksum. I'm assuming it's in there. So overview. Like I said, they used to publish a standalone version of this. Let me see if I can find it. Symbol server. Like, they even had a version of Perl available. Advanced Windows Debugging. I think I have an ebook version of this. I do have an ebook version of that. I have to get into my Amazon. Oh, I may not be able to access it from here. I do actually have a copy of this book. Let me see here. How to use symbol servers. Okay, so there is an internal one. Yeah, like they reference here running your own symbol server. Yeah, but I still have to log into my Amazon account, which I don't want to really do on this machine, and obviously I can't put the book up on screen. Source code in PDBs, debugging tool, C++ issues, debug, blah, blah, blah. So this embeds source code in PDBs. I haven't downloaded. Is it on there? Here it is. Windows symbol. Let's see here. Was this page deleted? Expired prod. What was the reason? It was a proposed deletion and it wasn't notable. Oh, for the love of God. Can I see what the deleted page was? No, of course not. That would be... fucking... Yeah, only Wikipedia administrators can see. Do you have the cache? No, of course not. That book would have the information I need, though. It may not tell me what the Perl stuff I need, but... yeah, this is Service Pack 3. I looked on Internet Archive. The way I found them for Itanium was I had to use a wildcard search because I knew what the file name was, and that's how I managed to get them for Itanium. But yeah, that kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie. I can understand why Microsoft might want to reclaim that amount of disk space because it's a lot of disk space. It's XPPDB on Internet Archive. The problem with XPPDB is it doesn't have... Yeah, no, this is what I downloaded. This is what I tried. It does not have the symbols it doesn't have the symbols for Service Pack 3. They don't match. This is exactly why it matters. Because unless it's a 100% perfect match, it won't load properly. So Benny Dreamly, I did try that. It doesn't work. That's why I had to go fishing manually to go get them. All right, I'm going to add some notes about that. Alright, so I don't think we're going to finish glibc tonight, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm just writing notes for myself for when I turn this part into a video, because obviously that's... No, we were able to download the symbols manually. They actually are still on Microsoft's symbol server. It's just this version of WinDebug can't talk to their symbol server. I could conceivably run it on newer versions. I'm just really hoping it doesn't crash again. But yeah, being able to bulk download all the PDBs would kind of be nice. And then... the problem is I don't think I have enough disk space for that. I'll be honest. Those PDB files are massive. Like, I'm legitimately thinking about how I'd even go about doing this. Because it's a crap ton of disk space. You would need the UUID of every fucking file in Windows. Like, every file... I believe... I don't know if it's done automatically, but I know Windows itself and Microsoft Supply Components, they put an image UUID on the file. I don't remember if it's embedded in the file or if it's calculated on the fly. Like, I would have to legitimately look at how debug help works, which is kind of the magic function that makes it all go. Like, I would have to sit with WinDebug and figure out how to do this. Because this shit is not documented. So you do symbol initialize. I'm literally looking at the documentation right now. Like, I'm kind of mulling right now if I'd really want to go down this path. I'd probably have to... I could probably run this on Windows 10. I would just have to figure it out. Like right now, I'm not seeing anything here that shows where the how that checksum is. I mean, it might just be in MD5 or SHA-1 checksum of the file. Like that might be what it is. Let me see if I can get into my Amazon account and actually read that book, because I have read that book. That it is a very good book. I really don't want to do this. Yeah, I really don't want to sign into Amazon while I'm on stream. No, I'm running Linux on Hyper-V. I'm not running it on VirtualBox. It was more curiosity. There's not a lot I can do to fix it, but the fact that it's crapping out in ntfs.sys, I wonder if there's any like Google searches about Yeah, I mean, I would have to probably... I really would have to think quite a bit and hard about that. It seems happier now that I'm not completely maxing out the system. Chao Linfas, Steve, thank you for the 200 Mexican peso super chat. It has actually already done that. We have successfully booted it. The problem is I need to build some more drivers into it so it does something useful. But I was able to boot a Debian 9 VM with it, so I know it mostly works. There's not much I can do to fix it. This is just me killing time while we wait for builds to go. We're not going to finish this today. In fact, I'm not even going to make as much headway as I want. If I can successfully netboot the Linux kernel today, I'm going to call that a win. Because I know I can netboot it. I still have to figure out how I would do Pixie boot freestanding to keep within the rules of the project. But, yeah. I just gotta stretch my back out. Although now I'm actually vaguely curious if I could use WinDebug on Interx binaries. Like, it should work. I just don't think it would do anything useful. Well, if it crashes again, we'll definitely get more information about what the crash is. But, yeah. Someone just pinged me on Discord. Hey, Dennis Hill. Yeah, the thing is that I believe this problem is going to also apply to 7 and Vista. Like, I don't think Microsoft posted freestanding symbol packs for those versions. They may have, but yeah, this is why I think this is why I think we're just taxing. We're using a parts of NTFS that is not regularly used. I mean, it's case-sensitive files on Windows XP. That is not like, yeah, that feature has existed in NTFS since since the first release of NT, but it's not like it got used all that much. So we should be pretty close to linking the kernel, because I definitely see it getting pretty far. Yeah, glibc is not going to finish until tomorrow. Yeah, but do you have them for Vista and 7? Like, I could see it for the XP era, but not the later ones. Now, that being said, Microsoft might be keeping the old symbols on the symbol server for MSDN. I have heard, I have never confirmed this myself, that the internet activation servers for XP actually still work. The problem is that XP can't talk new enough TLS, but if you work around that problem, it can internet activate. Win32 can do case-sensitive operations. You have to have a registry flag called OB case-sensitive set to 1, and then you can give open file the flag win32 underscore case underscore sensitive, and it will work. I have tested that. Yeah, I could see them having it on MSDN. I haven't had a valid MSDN subscription in a long ass time. It was really nice when I did. And they've made it so obnoxiously expensive that I can't justify it. I legitimately cannot justify it. Like, I think... What does MSDN cost these days? I think it's something like $2,000. Yeah, Visual Studio subscription and benefits. How much they actually want for it? Yeah, because I remember it being obnoxiously expensive. Like, even MSDN platforms it used to be like just $600. Which that I could justify for the channel. So it says enterprise standard is $500. Yeah, $500 per user per month. Yeah, I can't justify that. I legitimately can't justify it. And you have to pay it fucking annually. Oh, there is a monthly option. Yeah, it's $250 a month. Yeah, fuck that noise. I legitimately can't justify that. And I don't even know if that plan has what I would want, like all the legacy platforms on it. No, I don't think that's the one that has all the ones. Like, because if I go to monthly subscription, it just says Azure DevOps. Like, here, I'll show you what I mean. I'll pop it over here. So if you go to enterprise subscription, this is the annual one, you do get it, but you have to pay for the whole goddamn year. If you go to the monthly subscription, it goes away. There is MSDN platforms, which does have past and current ones for dev test use. But I don't even see a way to buy that, because you click buy that, and then you end up here. Yeah, here it is. So you get monthly, and you don't have the extended tools on it. And MSDN platforms isn't even listed anymore. Yeah, fucking hell, Microsoft. Mitch Bank, I have not done that on this machine. Is that something I should do? Like, does that make it go faster? Yeah, so apparently that does make it go faster. I don't know how much. I see something here that's supposedly a picture of the performance difference, and then that picture is actually missing. Like, I was just looking to see what the actual cause of the crash is, because we've seen XP quit a few times at this point. Like, that's about the only thing I can say. Like, with the Itanium symbols, I had to really go hunting through Internet Archive to find them. Like, at least on NT4, they were on the CD. I don't know about 2000. I've never actually had to debug Windows 2000. I went NT4 directly to XP. And, wow, India and Pakistan are very much still at it, which is kind of impressive. Meanwhile, the Pope has said that AI is the greatest challenge for humanity at the moment. Shaolin Faz, I can't buy it for a month. I can only get it on the annual. I mean, if it's on the CD, I can look. I couldn't even figure out how you buy MSDN platforms. That's what it is called. It used to be called MSDN operating systems only, and that was like $700 for a year. Like, I remember that one. God, looking at not logged in Reddit is an experience. Yeah, you kind of feel like Microsoft doesn't really like. Remember developers. In some ways, I miss that Microsoft because at least you could get fucking developer information. Like these days, I just don't love what tech has become. I really don't. Like I was ranting about that near the beginning of the stream. Also, looking at our politics is, yeah, that was not something I wanted to do. I don't know. I think I've run out of conversation. I think we're just going to be waiting to see if the kernel builds eventually, some point. I use Reddit as a news agitator. I find it slightly less worse than Slashdot or other older school sites. Like, I just mostly read our world news, our politics, and as of late, our Magic TCG, just because I've gone back into Magic to some degree. And today's draft went really badly. I lost 3 games in a row, and so rip. At least I'm only playing on Arena, so it's not like I'm only doing free to play, so there's that. Oh, huh. Well, I mean, Laku alt, that's kind of what I've been talking about with Dead Internet Fury, which was kind of what I was waxing poetic about at the beginning of the stream. It's like, I think, like, whether you agree with Dead Internet Fury or not, it's the feeling that the internet doesn't feel the same as it did in the past. And, like, this wasn't just pandemic, but it really feels like apathy, that nothing can be done. And like, even if I identify the problem, it's like, what the hell have I managed? But, you know, then that's just kind of apathy going on and on and on. Like, I wanted to go through and document a lot of the or recreate as much of the early internet in video form as I can. I've looked at ground news and I've been like, eh. I always find it bothers. Like I've seen so many scams on YouTube that when I see someone, something being a sponsor of so many YouTube channels, I have to pause, stop, and look at it. Like, I've checked out their site quite a few times, and it's largely AI generated, complete with the blind spot feature, but there's something about ground news that bothers me, and I don't know what it is, except for the fact that it doesn't feel like something I would want to trust. Well, water peril, I mean, that's water pair, that's kind of where I feel the everything. Like, not just well, I mean, let me put it like this. How many people saw ads for honey everywhere? Like, how many fucking big YouTube sponsors have turned out to be scams? Like, I know not all of them. Oh, Friendly Jordy's made a video. I'm gonna have to watch that one. I think I first heard about him when his house got firebombed. So I have absolutely no interest in Aussie politics, but it is kind of interesting to see how how life is down under. So I do occasionally watch. Well, they do disclose it's AI generated. Like, if you look carefully, it does say it's all AI generated. Yeah, BetterHelp was another one. That one has probably gotten people killed, to be honest. Linus Tech Tips did ones for honey. I've also seen it on a lot of history videos. Like, I've got, in my professional inbox, I've gotten some real scummy emails. About the only legitimate company I'd consider is PCBWay. But I don't do hardware stuff, so we weren't able to come to an agreement. Yeah, I put money towards Nebula, but there's only a couple of creators on there that I actually watch. Like, a lot of it feels very... it feels like they target Gen Z more than anything else. Like, Bobby Broccoli, real life lore. I did watch TLDR news there, but I've had to fact check TLDR news a couple of times, and I've not been super happy with, like, it's not like it's flat out wrong, but yeah, like, I still do watch TLDR news, but they make the news clickbait. So jet lag doesn't interest me because I fucking did that in real life. Like, I've been to 50-something countries. Like, it doesn't interest me because I have gone and done it, so I don't need to watch someone else do it. It doesn't live up. Yeah, I actually had a bunch of videos earlier in my career. I unlisted them at the start of the pandemic, but I have them in a playlist if you want to see them. I might go through and unlist them. I do watch Practical Engineering on occasion. It's not something I will binge watch, but every once in a while I will watch it. Yeah, there's a few other ones, but realistically, what got me to sign up was Real Life Lore, because the Modern Conflict series that I really question how much he really overpushes YouTube advertising, although I can also see knowing how fucking trigger happy he is at YouTube demonetizing shit. So I can believe that one. But actually the War Room series that recaps the previous month's events, although the April video had not dropped before I went to Athens. Petro, because I think it would mean recognizing content raters as important. Like, let's be honest. They do, some large companies do so. I hate to bring this guy up, but the Artisans build guy, the one that basically grenaded his own company by insulting ambassadors for his brand on stream. That stream was sponsored by Intel. Like, that's the part that people tend to forget. Oh, and my YouTube chat just crashed. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Getting any news about Israel/Palestine from mainstream media, hot train wreck is the way I'm going to describe that one. Because, at least in the United States, there's a lot of bias towards Israel. Now that I listen to a lot of non-US news, you hear it the other way, but you never hear the whole picture. Yeah, so Artisans Builds was basically, the only way to describe the CEO was the world's biggest chud. I don't, chat, if you can think of a better descriptor for that guy. Benny, I'm not sure what you're referring to because, stream lag be stream lag. But, yeah, let's just say, there isn't, as far as I know, I haven't found an English-speaking station here in Greece. My Greek isn't all that great, although I can get the gist of things watching Greek news. Well, Lucy in chat, I don't have the compact portable anymore. It found a new home in the United States before I bugged off. I helped farm Soylent News, which was a fork of Slashdot, complete with the original code base, and it was one of the most soul-crushing things I ever did. In hindsight, I really wish I did get myself out of that project, but it was a nightmare. I so regret doing that. Let me rephrase that. I don't regret doing it in and of itself. I don't like how it played out in the end, and there's a lot of stuff about how that all played out. I am happy I put it in the past, and it's under new ownership now. Slashdot was open source, and yeah, I helped fork it. I'll drop a link in chat, assuming they're still up. Yeah, they're still up. Yeah, the CMS was open source. It had been abandoned by that, but I helped make a big fork of it. Kind of my earliest internet name of fame. And actually doing that is kind of what helped me get initial traction on my channel. So it was kind of a win-win. Yeah, Pro was updated. It was updated to 5.22. God, this is building very slowly. I'm assuming it's got to build a lot of additional things because I had to turn more things on, but God knows what. I might hard stop this stream at midnight. I don't want this to be... I cannot kill myself with... I can't kill myself with an 80 hour... 10-hour stream. Like, I just can't. So I think I'm going to make a hard cap. If this finishes soonish, I'll test it, but I'm kind of at the point that it gets confused on the pod, the Perl object documentation. GitLab always has. Yeah. I am legitimately, like, that project did not make me happy. It was done in a very dark point in my life, and there was a lot of drama behind the scenes that I legitimately am very happy that I completely disentangled myself from it. Like, that's all I have to really say on that one. I mean, mainstream media, what really did it was the 24-hour news cycle. Like, I am old enough to remember 60 Minutes. And when the news was a thing that turned off. I'll give you 60, you give us 60 Minutes and we'll give you the world. My grandmother was a religious 60 Minutes watcher. I don't think the stream broke, did it? Okay. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, it's helped a bit. Like, it's legitimately helped a bit to put it back. Like, I closed the chapter on a lot of stuff over the last year and a half, and it has legitimately helped. Hey, Jackie. No, I mean, I do think the 24-hour news cycle played a part in radicalization, but let's be honest, radicalization was a thing before any of this. Just see 1930s Germany for the atypical, or 1920s Italy under Mussolini. The literal origin of the term fascism comes from Mussolini. That wasn't from Hitler. The idea of totalitarian dystopia was originally formed by the novel We from a Russian dissident. And then George Orwell essentially rewrote it for an English context as 1984. He does credit the original. Jackie the Deer, we were debugging Windows XP earlier and kind of talking about the state of mainstream media. Yeah, I am linked off a few Wikipedia pages. I don't have one of myself, and who knows if I'll ever be notable enough to have my own Wikipedia page. But I'm in the footnotes of Wikipedia, so that's definitely something. Yeah, I mean, kind of. I mean, like I said, I was waxing pretty poetic earlier about dead internet theory. And, like, I wrote it here, I'll quote a small bit of that script, is, like, I haven't decided this is something I want to do a video on. It's just, the current title I have is, Why Does the Internet Feel Soulless in 2025? Like a force of nature, the digital age can't be denied or stopped. It has four very powerful qualities that result in its ultimate triumph: decentralizing, globalizing, harmonizing, and empowering. These are the words of Nicholas Negroponte, written in 1995 as the head of Massachusetts Institute of Technology, head of the Media Lab at Massachusetts Institute of Technology. It's part of a piece known as The Digital Revolution: Reasons for Optimism, writing about the effects of digital technology at the turn of the millennium. It writes of an optimistic future and how digital technology would lead to change. The piece continues as follows. The decentralizing effect of being digital can be felt no more strongly than in commerce and in the computer industry itself. The so-called management information czars, who used to reign over a glass-enclosed and air-conditioned mausoleum, is an emperor with no clothes, almost extinct. It seems kind of comical in hindsight. More than anything else, algorithms control what we see and what we do on the internet. YouTube's algorithm no doubt recommended this video to you, the viewer, and thus you are hearing my viewpoint, my thoughts. It's almost like we use the internet as an escape from day-to-day life instead of using it as the tool of communication as it was intended as. When Negroponte was writing, the internet was still a decentralized entity. Social media, as we would see it, only exists in the form of mailing lists, bulletin boards, and on broader scale Usenet. Like, you know, I've been reading a lot about early views of the internet. Yeah, Real Tech, I know. I've been on that page for a long ass time. The fact that I think I used to actually be on the Slashdot page before they moved it. Like, I used to be on the actual part of Slashdot, and I am. If you actually look up Space Cadet Pinball on Wikipedia. Yeah, it's under full tilt. I am actually I'm also there. Oh fuck, someone's fleshed this out. Let's see here. Reverse engineering porting. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm actually a YouTube investigation revised. Yeah, I'm actually on the Wikipedia page for pinball. I don't know which one of those I'm more proud of, but maybe at some point I'll have my own Wikipedia page. Yeah, I think let me see here. Let me see what the Slashdot page looks like. Acquired by DICE. I know I'm on, let's see here. I don't think I'm on, yeah, I'm not on the Slashdot main page. I was on it. But I am on the Slash page, which talks about the software. Like, I was an old school Slashdotter. I have my UUID is 6 digits, although it's an old handle. Yeah, so Dave Plummer does not like me. So what really caused that video to go fucking viral was it was a perfect timing. I had kicked the video out to patrons, and then Dave Plummer had posted a video literally a few hours later talking about Space Cadet Pinball being removed for 64-bit. So I did what any good YouTuber did, and I literally rode the trend. So YouTube started recommending to his channel my video, which debunked his video, and he took it badly. Like, he is... I've been told that he had a rant about me on the stream. It's not in any videos, but yeah, he does not like me, to say the least. And it's not like I was trying to do it. It just happened that my video, I launched my video right after he did his. And, it's an honest mistake. Like, there was no need to get super defensive. He was just repeating what Raymond Chen said. That being said, I believe Plummer credits authorship of, like, partial authorship of the game. It's possible he did do work on porting it to NT. I believe the original Full Tilt Pinball was 16-bit. But even then, yeah. Yeah, Dave was also involved in a scam company. I believe I don't know if it's... I remember someone mentioning that he was being investigated by Washington State. I don't know if that's actually true, but I have heard that rumor. He also published. He also did this entire thing. I don't know if it's still up on his channel, like talking about being about autism, and basically using that to sell a book. Like it came off as very scummy to me. Yeah, Rudy. The thing is that if you watch his video about that, it's literally him pitching a book. Like it comes off as cash grab, not actual thing. Okay, so that did happen. I heard he was being investigated. I didn't actually. I didn't know they actually did anything. You say 250L. I don't know what I don't know what 250 liters turns into US dollars. But yeah, it literally it came off as just super scummy. Like I did not have a happy feeling about it. This is taking its fucking sweet time to build. Granted, I'm only building it on free yeah, I mean, it, like, I don't know how to describe it. From what it's been a long time since I looked at that video, so this is me going off memory. But it really just felt like a cheap cash grab for how do I want to put this? From what I can remember of that video, and I think I watched it 2 years ago and then told YouTube never to recommend Dave Plummer to me again. From what I remember him saying, it was kind of like here's everything you can do to like act normal or get around it. It rubbed me so wrong that while I didn't particularly like Plummer beforehand, I did think, because of what happened with pinball, that was when I just said, oh yeah, look, here's the grift. Feel free. I mean, let's be honest. It's not like there'd be any new drama. It really does feel like this is building a lot of stuff that it should have already had built. I don't know why it's taking so long. Also, Matteo, thank you for becoming Seeker supporter. It really does make a huge difference. Like, seriously. I'm kind of hoping to get my channel to 50K this year. I only need 4,000 more 5,000 more subscribers to get there. And I'm also hoping to grow the revenue stream a little bit larger. Yeah, Rudy, I get that feeling. I legitimately get that feeling. I fortunately never had to do call center, but I realize, I honestly think I'd rather die than have to work another job like I did at the beginning of my career. It's like, fuck that. I never wanted to work in tech, and it was so soul-crushing and grueling. Yeah, like, the only thing that I hawk is my own handle. Like, if you look me up, you can see what I have done. But I make my videos stand on their own, and it's like, I don't credential drop. Or at least I don't usually do it. On live streams I do, but live streams is me speaking off the cuff and interacting with chat. Patreon takes the smallest, but you can also just, well, technically Coffee does. So if you want to give me a recurring one on Coffee, that's the best. The thing is, getting people to use Coffee is not trivial. Like, most people will still support me on Patreon regardless. I think a lot of it is just because Patreon has a lot of brand recognition that other platforms don't. Also, I just realized I have to go find... I have to do two things. I have to go send an email in Greek about amateur radio. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely rebuilding a good chunk of the kernel, so, you know, it sucks. Well, Mitch Blank, it's more... Let me put it like this. From what I've heard, working for Elon Musk is a similar experience to what working at Canonical became. I don't have a particularly good... I don't have much to say about my former employer. I do hope to get my amateur radio license back again, because, God, that has been an ongoing battle with fucking, the Greek government. I got an email of a real human, and then the real human never emailed me back, so, I don't know if my email got eaten by the Greek mail system. I hope not. Oh, God, I just realized. I've heard that Outlook 365 can have problems with Proton Mail. I wonder if that's where my email went. Yeah, Amazon treats their tech staff, their tier 1 tech staff amazingly. I've heard nothing but positivity. But then you have to look at how Amazon treats everyone that isn't tech. At least it hasn't crashed. God, those are famous last words. Jackie the Deer, I mean, here's the thing. First they came for communists, and I said nothing because I was communist. You know, I'm actually going to look up the exact quote. Oh, I was right. It was communist was the first one. First they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. I mean, the fact of the matter is you can sit and say nothing and be in fear of the boogeyman, or you can do something. And saying something is doing something. Let's be honest about this. If I wanted the largest possible viewership, I wouldn't talk about politics. I wouldn't bring up my own personal views. I'd just be sitting here. I'd be a generic streamer X1932, you know, going high energy and stuff. I'll post it. It's a 1946. It came immediately after. Yeah. I don't remember where I first heard it, but I saw it posted in several places in Berlin. I think I may have heard it in high school. I mean, Yeah, let me put it like this. If I say nothing, there's a decent chance that nothing happens. But there's no guarantees of that. My father was an immigrant to the United States. He arrived as he's Cuban. He's in exile, as am I. It's not like I can go back to Cuba either. He worked on COVID to the point that he's notable in his field. I really do expect with the Trump administration's attack on science that sooner or later they're going to go after him. They may even come after me, but I got out of Dodge. I left when I got the opportunity, and I don't intend to go back. You know, but Lucifer effect? I've never heard that before, James Lynch. But, I mean, you could sit here, do nothing, sit on your ass. Let's be honest. One of the biggest things that I have with the internet is the fucking apathy of the average internet user. Now, maybe I'm being hypocritical about this, but, you know, I sit here. I currently have 140 people listening to me in one form or another, and my view... I have always been shocked at how many views my VODs get. It's like me just rambling off, on, and off, and on. It's like, people really find this interesting? Yeah, Jackie the Deer, I completely get it. I legitimately understand it. And I was fortunate to be able to, shall we say, leave. I also realize how impractical that is for most people. I had a revenue source that that could go with me. I could pull it off. But it's not easy. And realistically speaking, leaving the United States was not a solution in and of itself. It's happening on a global level. But it does help with my own mental sanity, and that does count for something. I can't do anything if I'm completely incapacitated, and I can sit here, I can talk. I'd start a newsletter if I thought it would actually make a difference, but let's be honest, there's been people writing about this who are much more talented writers than I am. And it's not making a difference. Actually, my view count has gone up since 9:30 p.m. local time. Yes, I do. I still pay taxes to the U.S. government. As long as I'm a citizen, I have to do that. Which, it means that I'm part of the problem. I fund it, as does every other American that pays their taxes. It's not an American passport. It's if you're a citizen, to put it bluntly. Even if you don't have a U.S. passport and you live outside the country. That's why a lot of people with dual nationality who inherited United States citizenship from a parent, a lot of them renounce when they turn 18. I mean, but you bring up a very valid point, Frog McRibbit. This is actually something Malcolm X wrote about, and I also believe Martin Luther King. It's like, by paying taxes, you're supporting this system. Now, and like I said, in and of itself, I don't pay much. I pay more than most people because I have to pay self-employment taxes because of YouTube. Yeah. Kargark 386. The United States can put levies on me through international banking systems. I can be denied a renewal of a U.S. passport, although that one has been challenged in courts before. And I could have my wage garnished. Basically, when I should say not paying my taxes would have repercussions, even with me being outside the U.S. The only way out is if I renounce, but at this point I would end up stateless. So that's not an option. because because statelessness is not a good thing. Now, if at some point I'm able to, there's also other reasons. Renunciation of U.S. citizenship also bars me, for the most part, from returning to the United States in any capacity. There are some limited exceptions, but I do have family living in the United States. So, until it has not gone to the point that I would be in immediate danger if I returned, that may happen, but it hasn't happened yet. So, while I'm unhappy with the situation, it's like, it's this horrible catch-22. There was this guy, Michael, I want to say his name was Randall, but I don't know that for certain. He actually renounced U.S. citizenship as, he saw it as being a part of a club that you have no say about membership and did not support. And he renounced in Slovenia and became stateless, and has just remained that way since. And I honestly have a lot of respect for that, because that is someone putting their money where their mouth is. And, yeah. No, the United States is one of the very few countries in the world that allow you to become stateless. They are not a signatory to the UN declaration to reduce statelessness. It's one of those great treaties that the U.S. helped negotiate and then never signed itself. So you can... I don't have a problem with paying taxes. I have a problem with the U.S. administration. And when you talk about things like civil disobedience, that was what Martin Luther King was talking about. That was what Malcolm X was. Not paying taxes. Basically refusing to support the system as is. To put it a different way, I'm not a fan of consumerism. I live a very minimalistic lifestyle, and I actually regretted collecting as much vintage computing as I did for this channel, because it ran contrary to that. I hate the endless consumerism that is modern American lifestyle. I mean, I'm not quite log cabins in the woods, because that is the path to madness. We are social species. But Nico, I wouldn't be surprised if that was it, but it was also... the thing is, I was able to reproduce it twice. I think it's a race condition in NTFS. I don't usually listen to music while commuting. Not usually. Yeah, well, I didn't throw out anything. The only things that got tossed out were stuff that had gone damaged or was otherwise unrealistic to repair. When I cleaned out my apartment, I found new homes for everything, so... Benny, that's specifically why I have a dedicated channel for it. It acts like essentially a spleen. We try and keep political talk out of the main channels, but there is a dedicated politics one. Well, Frog McRibbit, yeah, I mean, let's be honest. When you're taking vintage computing, you're taking stuff that's already had its lifestyle. But I'm talking about, like, people that buy, like, how much useless crap have you bought off Amazon over the years? Like, I'm guilty of doing that myself. So I'll throw the first stone at myself. Like, there's a lot of stuff I've bought on Amazon because, oh, I might need that, or, oh, I'm going to need it for a future project, and then I never did. And honestly... it was kind of it got bad for me during the pandemic, I'll be honest. And once I downsized my life to a Prius, it got a lot better, and then I was able to downsize it even further. And while I still have to buy some stuff in my life off the internet, Amazon de facto doesn't exist here. Amazon.de will ship to Greece, but it's obscene what they charge for shipping. And I don't think Prime would get me out of that, nor do I want to give money to the Sur River Company. Well, the rule exists is mostly because, if someone's going to have a shit political view, they're going to voice it where they can. And frankly, I will ban someone if they are going to espouse fascism or hate speech. Like, the right answer to tolerating a Nazi is don't. And that's really what it comes down to. Nope, there's no Taco Bell, and the closest McDonald's is 2.5 hours from here. It is. I am free of American culture, mostly. I mean, James Lynch, I kind of get that because God Almighty, I can understand not wanting to vote for Harris. I legitimately get it. I didn't have a good feeling voting for Harris or Biden. Especially if you live in a blue state, like, I can get that a lot more. Like, people will shit on you for doing so, but yeah, I mean, the thing is that, I just see people spend money to try and fill some gaping void in their lives, and it's not the solution, man. Like, if you ever been a, like, how do I put this? There's a lot of people that really their entire life depends on physical possessions and money, like 1 and 2. It's like there's nothing else there. Like, if you really want to see that, read our Wall Street Bets, but I haven't been to Goodies. I don't even know if there's one in this area. I was assuming if I wanted to find, like, Civilization, Kalamata would probably be the closest. I can understand why first past the post is the thing in the U.S. because, let's be honest, the voting system came around in 1776, and I don't want to say democracy was a new idea, but let's be honest. The American democracy is, at the time the United States was founded, democracy was kind of a novel idea on a large scale. I mean, yeah, there's a lot to it. I mean, I can understand why someone would, yeah. Well, and remember, there was a time in this country where there were multiple political parties. There was 4 in Lincoln's time. Not that, there was still the remnants of the Whigs at that point. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't vote for Green, but that's mostly because I think Jill Stein. I don't know if she's still like the head of the Green Party, but I never. She kind of wigged me out, but I would love something that's center left, like You know, not like center right and far right, which is what current U.S. politics are. You know, it's astounding to me being here in Greece is that the Greek Communist Party is a thing and has seats in parliament. Especially considering that communism was the fucking boogeyman in my life. I mean, it's the boogeyman in the United States, but given, you know, the Cuban background, it's got a much more direct impact. Yeah, I could see Canada reforming its voting system at some point. Well, actually, I don't know if first past the post is in the charter or not, because the Canadian charter is goddamn unobtainium to amend, especially because Quebec. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why. I'm going to step away from keyboard and just take a brief break. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. I'm sorry, that took longer than expected because I opened the refrigerator and a bottle of Worcester sauce went smash on the floor. Let me catch up with chat. Let's see here. Where did I leave off? Let's see here. Yeah, well, I mean, currently Canada's... Canadian politics is interesting to look at as an American looking north. I've spent enough time north of 49 to have a good appreciation of how things work in the Maple Leaf land. Secret Crush is the vehicle compactor in the abandoned junkyard downtown. So you live in Liberty City? Jackie? Like, that's my first thought when you say that, because that makes me think of Grand Theft Auto 3. Oh, God, my brain is legitimately just fucking fried. Yeah. It was fascinating seeing questions time and them grilling. It was Trudeau at the time over Lovelaw's price gorging over food in Canada. It's like, wow, political issues, but you know, it's also. I mean, that was kind of my feeling about the Liberal Party in Canada. It's like, it's the same feeling I get from the Democrats. It's like, what is this party actually standing for? And given the fact that, Liberals were projected for such a landslide defeat, that it was projected that Bloc Québécois was going to be the official opposition, really says a lot about current state of Canadian politics. Like, you know, the fact that they reverse course as more a response to Trump than I think the Liberals actually doing anything. Yeah, I'm kind of on fumes. I said I was going to pull the plug at midnight, and I'm kind of at that, but I'm enjoying just talking with chat right now, so maybe I'll go a little longer, but I don't want to be here for 8 hours. I'm not sure how much more kernel we have left to build. I'm only running it on J3 because, again, it's crashed several times. Watermelon would be tasty. Well, I mean, let's be honest. A lot of the world is basically seeing that this is not something they want, at least in the Anglophone world. While conversely, you have places like Romania that are very much looking to elect their own analog. I mean, you can blame part of it on Russian disinformation, but, you know, a lot of people are just fed up with the state. Like, you could say it's capitalism, but I think it's more fundamental than that. It's the fact that there's a complete disconnect between those in power and those in a civilization. Like, the system doesn't work for them. Like, in Scandinavian countries, you know, you have, you know, open tax records. You have the sense that the government does something for them, and as a result, corruption is low. Meanwhile, over in Germany, you have the ruling coalition of the CDU, and the SPD that people are extremely fed up with, which is a lot of what's fueling the rise of the AfD. And especially when you have the current chancellor that is essentially makes a lot of promises and then goes back on those promises the moment he can. All right, Jackie. Catch you later. I mean, I'm studying for my undergrad right now. I'm still at the first year level, but yeah, if I continue at current pace, I should finish it probably by 27 or 28. It just felt like it was the best thing to do in my life right now. Lucy, I mean, in terms of a tribe, that is understandable. Like, I can understand that view in some places. But, you know, but the problem is that when you have a community of people that are cooperative and helpful for each other, it just takes one person that isn't to make it all go downhill. I mean, Carter Rock 386, I don't know. I mean, look at those in Aboriginal communities or indigenous communities. You know, a lot of the identity of the tribe is that. You know, even I come from a Catholic background, and I saw it within the church. It didn't apply to those outside of it, but I did see it within it. I think part of it also comes down to is um oh yeah, my train of thought is going. I really should wrap up the stream soon. I'm just gonna lie in bed and not be able to sleep. I mean, going back to what I wrote in my thesis, that goes down to is like, let me figure out the quote I want to read here. For my own, this is something I wrote, is I'm not certain if I agree or disagree with the dead internet theory. I do feel like the internet itself has become soulless, but I'm not convinced it's due to algorithms, clickbait, or bot farms. To break down my thinking, let me provide you with an alternative to the dead internet theory. It goes something like this. The internet today feels soulless because it has and always has been a reflection of our world as it exists today. Let's call it the reflective internet theory. Now, you're not going to find that term with a Google search. It's something I've created here and now to describe my thinking on the subject. In effect, the reason the internet feels dead is because it's a reflection of how the majority of people currently see the world. And, okay, the dear viewer, you might say, so what? That so what feeling is why I've struggled as a creator. I make a video and so what? I get some money from YouTube. I can get some satisfaction that people enjoyed my work, but so what? It's an apathy that just seems ever present online, but in the real world as well. And this is why I've struggled to pen this idea for at least 2 years. So what if one random internet YouTuber struggles to make content? So what if you have a theory? So what? It's the 2 words I feel like to define the internet in the current year, and has done so for at least a decade, if not longer. Apathy. That is my theory. The internet feels soulless because its denizens have embraced apathy as a way of life. And there's not a damn thing I can do about it. After all, if I'm right, so what? So what indeed? Yeah, I think I'm going to have to wrap this up soon. I'm definitely on, shall we say, mental fumes. I was hoping this would finish, but I get the feeling it's probably got another hour left before, because it's... I must have done something that changed something in like a high-level header file, which is causing it all to rebuild. Well, I mean, Carter Rock for A6. If I say something in a YouTube video like do X, Y, and Z, the default answer I tend to get back is you're not going to cause any change. You're not going to successfully do anything. You know, it's the so what factor. Everyone has an opinion. Most of them suck. It's something I've been debating if I'm going to actually put this into a video. And where I actually... That's not actually where the script ends. It comes down to... So to keep going from what it boils down to, I am but a single individual sitting at a keyboard as I write this. I'm already expecting this video to flop the moment I post it because, after all, any solutions I can come up with requires people to buy in, and that's the thing about an apathetic society. It's always easier to do nothing than to try and change the status quo. But what if the goal isn't to try and change the state of the internet? What if the goal was simply to define the problem? Well, that does sound like something that can be reasonably accomplished, and well, I already did it. If you, the viewer, are still watching, then my words are at least resonating with you on some level. Something I'm saying is making sense. Or you're basically shaking your head, thinking I'm just another naive social justice warrior of a keyboard and a platform, and unsubscribing. And you know what I have to say to that? So what? Apathy has a cure. It is purpose. And if I got you to unsubscribe, then I still got you to do something. It's proof that words can have an effect. There is nothing stopping me from creating a purpose for myself in this digital hellscape and being content with that. And I think for the time being, my purpose is to try and articulate this idea, subject it to public debate and criticism, and ultimately write it down and publish it. This video is the preface to that book. Now I need to create the rest, and to do that, I need a community behind me of purpose, because I intend to put my hypothesis to the test. And that's kind of where I stop, because trying to figure out how I want to frame this gets a little bit hard, but that's kind of like I wrote in a single, I wrote that last weekend, and it's been percolating on the back of my head since then. This is the first stream I've done since I've written that. No, I started with def config Mitch blank, but I also had to turn on a bunch of stuff. I think what caused it to rebuild was me turning on the power virtualization stuff that it needs. Well, the folks in chat love it. My viewership is kind of, I've watched a quick and sudden slump of my viewership. Which, it's alright. It's fine. It is as they say, so what? apathy and nihilism go hand in hand with each other, but they're not one and the same. Because you can have a nihilistic point of view and basically say, so what? But if nothing matters, because that's the fundamental view of a nihilistic point of view, you can take the opposite of that. You can take an anti-nihilistic view of the world. If nothing matters, then why is there any problem with me wanting to do what good I can do in this world? It is ultimately pointless, but there's nothing stopping me from doing it. There's no reason not to do it. Hey, Nutter, have a good night. Yeah, like I said, I'm probably going to wrap it up soon. I do feel like I should make a video out of it, but I need to figure out what the call to action is. Because I think part of why I want to explore this idea is I'm not convinced that if you were to take away the algorithms from the modern internet, that it would actually look all that different. I think the algorithms act like an echo chamber. But I also spend time on Mastodon, I spend time on IRC, and, well, I used to spend time on IRC, not so much anymore. And it's still ever present. Like, you know, the two big things, like, this is why I was thinking a lot about Occupy and the Arab Spring, because both of those were basically the internet basically causing people to show up and get out there and do something, and then both of them kind of fizzled out. Conversely, you know, the far right, essentially, I don't know if it's disingenuous to say it really came out of 4chan and Anonymous, but it oftentimes feels like that. Like, internet phenomenon around Trump, it gave him a lot of his initial momentum. Like, I legitimately am trying to figure out where I lead in that piece past that point, because the original idea I had was to talk about and explore the earlier forms of communication on the internet and try and put it to a hypothesis. But it feels disjointed. Like, I wrote 3 other drafts that go past that point, and I scrapped all of them because it feels too disconnected, but I don't know where to take it from there. It nukes subsystem from subsystem for Linux. It causes a bunch of other issues. I've heard it also breaks Defender. And I'm fine with it just basically working. I'm happy with this going at the speed it is, because I'm not convinced it would be faster on anything else. Because I suspect a lot of this is actually subsystem for Unix just being slow. Like, I don't think it's all that fast to begin with. Well, I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to. I mean, think about conspiracy theories. You know, a lot of conspiracy theories start as a joke, and then someone takes the joke seriously, and then it gets a life of its own. Like, building OpenBSD, it depends. OpenBSD really has to be built on OpenBSD. Yeah, I've heard a few proponents of the birds don't exist theory. You know, you have things like Pizzagate. You know, there's... I mean, let's be honest. Most people probably believe a piece of disinformation without even realizing they believe it. I mean, Dash, I think that has a point. That's kind of where I want to go with that. I just haven't figured out how to write it yet, and I haven't been able to sit down for a keyboard for the last few days. NetBSD might be able to be done from SFU. I'm not convinced it would work out of the box, although I could probably convince it to work out of the box. Well, I mean, put it a different way. A lot of what made the Third Reich, Nazi Germany have the staying power it did was use of propaganda. In that time period, radio was still a fairly new technology, and I can't remember if it was Goebbels or Himmler. It was one of them, and Hitler's inner circle. They basically created what was known as the People's Radio and got it into as many houses as possible, so the party would have a direct pipeline to the people to push their rhetoric. And obviously, all alternative viewpoints were eventually stamped out. Build SH mostly just works. Yeah, it would. Now that I say it, I think it was Goebbels. And, I remember. I think the first time I heard about that was actually in an amateur radio circle. Actually, yeah, that sounds exactly right. The Volkssepp Fangard. It literally translates to the People's Radio. And it really boiled down to is, again, I think this was a Goebbels quote, is, you tell a lie enough times and it eventually becomes the truth. And past a point, some people just don't care about the truth. They don't care about an objective truth. They just want their truth. I mean, one of the biggest things you could take from the Trump era is that the truth is, you can ignore the truth. You can live in an alternate reality where everything just exists. Okay, so it shows that I know absolutely nothing about German. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a culture in the American South that is distinct from the American North. Even if you just visit the southern states, you may not see it. Like, it's captured in a lot of films. Like, The Color Purple kind of is one that I remember that kind of describes it. But it's kind of like the idea that the South was a Byronic society, built around honor and a hierarchy that's clearly defined. And when after the Civil War, the Civil War came and went, the South was left in ruins. Reconstruction was stopped. Volksempfänger. German is an interesting language. I've never had any reason to study it, but it is interesting. We're talking about propaganda to an extent. I was talking about how under the Third Reich, one of the main things basically comparing what disinformation today to disinformation in the 1930s was like. Because one of the big things that the Third Reich's propaganda ministry did was put a radio in as many German homes as they could. That was was literally a loudspeaker of the party's views in general. Well, glibc is done building. It's still running make install very slowly. And it would be done by now, except for the fact that the VM panicked. And it's like, yeah, I want to sit down and flesh this out more, but I don't know where to take it. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me that they limited it. I mean, it's similar to like how radios in North Korea are limited to DPRK frequencies. But I mean, again, this goes back to the view in 90s of the world. The decentralizing effect of being digital can be felt no more strongly than in commerce and the computer industry itself. The so-called management information system czar, which used to reign over a glass-enclosed and air-conditioned mausoleum, is an emperor with no clothes, almost extinct. The Polish can? You mean cable? If you want to think of cable radios in the United States, just think of cable, literally. I mean, if you can do it over wireless, you can do it over a copper wire. In fact, there was a term for this. The British military had the term of wire-assisted wireless. Yeah, I mean, and in some degree, I mean, that exists here. I mean, look at how the algorithms control what we think, what we see, what we access, what we do. Well, I remember when Wi-Fi cables just were the standard. We called them Ethernet. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially how it worked. Car 386. Yeah, I mean, essentially, when you're dealing with copper wire, there are limitations, but effectively you have... I don't remember exactly how much bandwidth you can get in copper wire, but it's enough that you can transmit a lot, even with just analog techniques. I mean, let's be honest. But when has any of Generation Z actually heard a phone ring, like with an actual goddamn bell? I don't remember the last time I heard a real telephone bell. Probably 10 years ago. Even with landlines today, you're hearing a speaker recording that rings, and oftentimes it's not not an actual bell like you would hear in like one of those Bake-like telephones that weighed 40 pounds. Yes, okay, so you heard it in a museum. Well, I mean, think about Generation Alpha. The idea that you have to plug in a device for something besides charging it. I think we're almost at the end of the kernel build. Like, I legitimately don't know where I want to take this piece. Like, I'm mulling on it on stream right now because this is how I'm brainstorming it. Ah, good old... Does the Canadian History Museum have a section on Nortel or Northern Electric? It always amuses me how much stuff in Canada gets called Northern when there's an entire Alaska. This is 32-bit Windows XP. I mean, I have no idea how to say your handle. That's written in Acrylic, but you know that's a joke. But let's be honest, the technology already exists. Wireless charging is becoming more and more popular. I was aware of Nortel on a high level, but watching that documentary is kind of a big deal. You know, kind of not a big deal. Really puts it in context because I remember the .com crash, and I also remember the battle between the bellheads and ATM versus IP. Doesn't really surprise me. I mean, let's be honest. If Trump successfully makes the U.S. default, it's gonna make Nortel's pension problems be a lot look small. I've never actually played The Last of Us. Justice Baring, thank you for becoming a channel member. It really does make a huge difference. Like, and seriously, it does. And honestly, if I can get to the point that the cost of living for me drops so dramatically that realistically I could probably live off YouTube income. I don't know if I would want to depend on it, but YouTube income was a lot of what made getting out of a very bad situation viable. It wasn't it wasn't the deciding factor, but it was definitely a large contributor to that. Bubo Bukoka. Oh, Bubocha or Bubochoko. I'm probably butchering it. I don't know. Maybe we'll see The Simpsons go off air. Like, that's how we'll know the end times is upon us. And I don't know. I'm certainly not going to disagree with that. Learning Greek has been a serious experience, especially because the V's and N becomes V. R and P are transposed, and you have ps and ch, or x. Like, and the syllable pairs are really fascinating. Greek is a hard language. Yeah, it's more specifically we're rebuilding the kernel because I had to tickle some flags. No. Hopefully, there's a future where Fox goes bankrupt, and not just Fox News. I mean, all of Fox. Yeah, I can read phonetic. I can read Greek. Greek. I'm even starting to understand the grammar. Oh, so what ends first, One Piece or The Simpsons? Because isn't One Piece almost at its ending? Actually, I should look at that. Let's see here. Yeah, so there's still an... Okay. I don't know. I don't know why it rebuilt everything, but it's not all that surprising that it did so. Yeah, I probably will sit and binge One Piece at some point. The series never did it to the same extent that, like, I remember watching One Piece, Naruto, and I could never get into Bleach. I really tried, and it was like, it just felt like bad Dragon Ball Z. I mean, I think the last time I've actually followed One Piece closely was at the end of the Paramount War when they reached the end of Paradise. Yeah, you know, I think I should probably call it here and, like, turn into potato. Alright, excellent, Chef. I hope you had a good walk. I'm kind of thinking I'm going to pull the plug here, because this is still building, and I'm just kind of killing time and definitely feeling dead. I don't have enough content to make a devlog out of this. I really don't. Like, I have some stuff with the Windows debug stuff, but that's kind of how I feel right now. Like, I don't even have the energy to sit here and do script writing. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it here. We're at the 7-hour mark. This feels like a good time. So, I'm just going to let this build. We'll pick this up again tomorrow. This is your host, End Commander, signing out and wishing you all a pleasant day. I'll see you all tomorrow. Catch you all later. We're ending the stream now, Zan. Where basically what it, the current status is we're waiting for the kernel to rebuild, we're waiting for glibc to build, and stuff like that. Alright, anyway, catch you all later.